5:30, so let's get started. We have the Education Committee. Mr. Kerr here, so Mr. Pedorcia, if you would please.
Sure. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and we will begin with Mr. Klein, I believe.
Okay. So everything that's up there is still accurate, but I'm gonna kind of just frame it a little bit differently because I do have some mention up there in regards to our East Lycoming visit. I believe as of last time we had done our Cumberland Valley visit, but I'll kind of like walk through a little bit of both of those. And then we had our most recent adoption committee meeting on May 1st. And just given the timeline with the agendas and sort of where we were in that process, we're in a different place today than we were as of Friday. So just kind of backtracking this entire process. So back in September, we did open up this process because there was some administration acknowledgement that there were some programmatic issues that may have been present as we went into the pandemic, but they were exacerbating our recovery from the pandemic. A number of those started with our foundational literacy components at Peters Elementary School, where we just didn't have some programming in place that it's coming to light recently with the science of reading is absolutely necessary. I've actually joked that a lot of math is leading towards inquiry math, where there's a lot of exploration of math and figuring out how to solve problems with math. ELA, on the other hand, which used to be very open-ended, is going very much towards a structured approach, acknowledging that students learn how to read in a certain sequence and in a certain way. And so with that, as an administration, we decided we should start looking and start examining whether or not there are any programs out there that have restructured around the science of reading. Doing some initial research throughout the September and October, we gathered some information from our teachers after a data review of our data and their perceptions as well in order to develop a list of priority areas that we thought we should focus on as we completed this search. So we came up with about 11 areas that ranged from alignment to the standards to increased writing, increased reading opportunities, and then of course, obviously those foundational structured approaches towards literacy building. So as we worked through that, we came down to 4 programs that we really wanted to take a closer look at. With no additional sort of suggestions from there. One of them was the 2023 version of Wonders, which is the program that we currently have, because there were indications that there were some updates to the way that they had things structured. We also had EL and Wit and Wisdom, which since fell off as well, and then we were left with Amplify CKLA as sort of a clear front runner coming out of what was our initial full faculty evaluation, which was a series of presentations by each of the company's representatives, as well as kits that they sent out with the materials for us to review and look at, again, full faculty. So in between those events, we did have a committee that was put together with 12 members, including myself, the 2 principals from the elementary schools, and 9 teachers from various grade levels and or serving different capacities within those buildings. We had met once initially in order to set those priorities. We met again after we had done those full evaluations of the 4 programs. When we met that second time, there was kind of I think I've shared this before, like a sticky wicket in the way that I think we all envision this, because we've all been through situations where we come to the end and there's sort of these 2 competitors, right? Last time it was Journeys and Wonders, and we had pilots and face-offs, and like we really kind of compared 2 things. After we had compared the 4 in the first part of the year, we came to the clear conclusion that Amplify was evaluated far higher than the other 2, which were second place, which were EL and Wonders, which were basically within a tenth of a point of each other in the actual rubric that we created based on the priorities. So with that, I put it to the committee to ask, do you think that it is worth, instead of us trying to explore multiple avenues at this point, simply looking very closely at Amplify for the remainder of this year in order to decide whether or not to make a recommendation to the school board for purchase of a program? That is what we did with Amplify. Like the knowledge-based programs that have come out of the science of reading, there was a lot of difficulty in what we were planning on doing with this. One, pilots are very challenging. in this day and age. They're very costly. And so a lot of tech companies have come up with alternatives, such as what we did with Amplify, which was what's called an experience kit, which basically they put together aspects of the program into a structured week or week and a half long experience so that the teachers can get a sense of it. But by and large, we then substituted some of that information we would have gathered from a pilot by conducting interviews and meetings with teachers and administrators from other districts, and also going out and doing a couple of site visits. Also proved to be challenging because the nearest sites that we initially thought were out there were right outside of Pittsburgh. 6.5 hour drive was not very appealing. We found then there were some in New Jersey, and then we also did end up finding out from the company that there were a couple. The only issue with one of them being that they were in their first year of adoption, which is not an ideal time to go in and ask people how things are going. But we found a couple that were about 3 hours away, right outside of the Harrisburg area, one in Cumberland Valley and the other one East Lycoming. We went out to Cumberland Valley first with some representatives from Slatington Elementary School, and then East Lycoming we went out 2 weeks later to visit with some representatives from Peters Elementary School. I'm going to sum up those meetings sort of as what I capture that we experienced throughout the course of that. So when we went out there, we encountered what I started to realize was, I don't know how to describe this look or this expression that came out of talking to people who were working with Amplify, but it was unlike anything that I had experienced before. It was like a faith and a absolute commitment to the fact that they had made this right decision. And when I say faith, that's probably not the right word. Followed up with results. And we usually talk about adopting a new program and expecting sort of this curve at the beginning where there's not immediate results, right? Because there's this sort of like getting established period, some say 3 years. They're not experiencing that. So that was kind of uncanny. And then as we walked around and we visited classrooms, that enthusiasm that we experienced from administrators continued as we sort of experienced what was going on in the classroom. We saw some things that I think I've described in previous board reports, English learners writing at a level that I think I'd be very happy to see my daughters writing at in a 4th or 5th grade classroom. We heard of intervention numbers decreasing and special education evaluation requests decreasing, indicating that we were seeing students who might otherwise be identified because there was a thought of a disability, whether that manifested or not within the evaluation, that was not occurring, that students were reading and writing at a level that was, I guess, bypassing that as a concern. And ultimately, in the end, in East Lycoming, I think I described in one of our updates, Ms. Suzanne Hedgedis sort of like cried out at the end, "I can't believe I just saw kindergartners reading paragraphs out loud." Because, again, we don't have that by and large across, and we saw classrooms doing that. So there was a lot of enthusiasm coming out of those. We did meet on May 1st, and so the way I would describe that is I do still think that there is some anxiety about change. And I think that within that there was some desire to continue to find ways to gain more information about Amplify. We have become accustomed to having full pilots. So anyone who's been here for 7 or 8 years knows that with the Wonders adoption, we had Wonders and Journey side by side, and we did a full pilot where teachers had the entire year to experience the program to inform that decision. As I said, that is not common, and when it does occur, it is expensive. I feel very comfortable, and I think now that I have the results back from my input from the committee, feel comfortable that they are also saying that the recommendation is to move forward with Amplify CKLA. I do still have some of those who were not able to go out because of substitute shortage concerns when we went out, who are asking for the opportunity to interact with and talk with teachers in order to, I hate to say it, I think kind of verify what we've described as their explanations and their enthusiasm. I'm arranging those, and I've actually said coming out of this, I think that one of the things that I valued most out of this was something we wouldn't have gotten if we had just gone forward and done a pilot, which was the opportunity to really engage with and talk with other educators who have already gone through the process that we're talking about going through and getting their insights about that and having those types of conversations. So whatever we decide the entire time, my comment has been, I think that we should do that. I think that we should be engaging in conversation with other schools and districts that are making those same decisions that we're making in order to continue to support each other and inform the ways that we craft those as we move forward. So as of right now, and I mean, I don't want to count numbers, but the overwhelming majority of the committee has asked that we make the recommendation for a purchase of Amplify CKLA. I believe I shared before, and I will share after today. I didn't know that I'd be saying this, to be honest. The actual quote that we have in regards to that, right now we have it listed out at a 6-year quote. We also have some items in there that are related directly to professional development and professional support, which in any program, I would argue, is absolutely essential if we're going to actually be able to run it and run it with fidelity. But I would say is even more essential because I would not want us to underestimate the shift that is occurring in English language arts instruction as a result of some of the things that have been uncovered in regards to the way that learning of reading happens. Our teachers are learning some heavy stuff, some heavy realizations about reading and about how students' brains, really learn in general, but how they learn language. And so I have that in there as well, and I will share that out with the school board in the update.
I will just add to that. I was fortunate enough to spend the day in Harrisburg today, and we had quite some time with PDE, and one of their priorities was a kind of a statewide endorsement in support of the science of reading, which is also referred to as structured literacy. In some ways, I think districts like Cumberland Valley, East Lycoming, and hopefully Northern Lehigh is actually going to be out of the gates a little bit ahead of that. But the Deputy Secretary of Education today said PDE is throwing their endorsement behind structured literacy because of what it has proven, but maybe more importantly, what it has disproven in reading strategies from the past. So that's it.
So this is a program for our elementary students. What's the curriculum moving forward so that if we're getting these guys better, how do we keep moving it? Because I feel like we do one building and then we figure out what it is, and then we look at another building and we figure out what it is. So what's the full spectrum of ELA K through 12?
So yeah, I mean, we're in a unique situation because of the way our buildings are configured right now, which in an odd way could be advantageous. It usually isn't, but could be right now. So most programs are built, yes, elementary, middle, then high school. So we would typically have a K through 5 program, which is that was one of our priorities in the beginning, is we wanted consistency across. And so CKLA is the K through 5 product through Amplify that is tied to structured literacy and the science of reading, and it's developed in that method. Amplify ELA is the middle school version, which is grades 6 through 8. Because we are situated with a 3 through 6 building, and we don't want to make the mistake that we made last time, which was to buy Wonders and then in 6th grade start My Perspectives, which then had some difficulty in terms of transition to the middle school. We're looking to buy the Amplify product straight through 6th grade, which would allow for the transition from CKLA to ELA. As we move through that, we have some time then to be able to look at how this progression works. And then I would say, in all likelihood, the recommendation at some point would be to then transition grades 7 and 8 through that same process. Now, we have time on that, and the reason I say that is because one of the struggles that we're already going to have, which we've acknowledged and we're ready to work through, is that we're going to have students, let's say in 4th grade or 5th grade, who currently have learned under a different structure or lack of structure in some ways, for literacy instruction through McGraw-Hill's Wonders, right? So we're going to already be working on how do we make sure that we're closing that gap while not leaving those students behind, but also not overwhelming them with the close of that gap. I think that that is the best move for us at the elementary level. The middle school level right now would be able to retain some flexibility within the existing programming, which is largely structured around my perspectives, with some additional work that Mr. Hauser's been doing in terms of novel studies and things like that. But I will say that as we move forward, this structure probably would be beneficial right through the middle school. Yeah.
The two places that you visited, how far do they have
Through
five?
through the middle school years. Yeah. And I will say that sixth grade was actually one of the highlight points there. And the teachers, the comment was, anyone here's had middle schoolers, writing is not what they love typically. They can't believe how much the kids love writing, which as a former English teacher was something I saw and is very exciting to see, is that kids are loving the opportunity to communicate themselves through written word. So they do currently have them up through the middle school years, yeah.
I hate to see us buy the product and not use 2 years of it when we already have it. I'd love to see, honestly, my personal opinion, K through 8 get it. That way those teachers all hear the same message and they're all learning the same thing instead of multiple different ways to do it. But you guys know better, but I'm just, I don't see the difference of why we wouldn't push that forward for those two.
So the difference for me, so this is almost like a difference between like my educational role and my leadership role, right? Like, so academically, I probably agree from that lens. I think that right now we're at a place where there's that sense of urgency at the elementary level. There's that, like, they realize that this is there because we have kindergarten talking up through 4th grade. I think that that's something that we should be cultivating. So that way, when we get to the middle school level and we're looking at that, they're ready to adopt and implement that. I would hate to have us purchase something that some people are not as ready for as others are, if that makes sense. And it's just because we've been having those conversations with this part. Yeah. We haven't been as much with this. So I'm glad that you said that, Dr. Link. I do think that one of the reasons this has been hard has been because this is the beginning, right? So this is the beginning of a major shift. So finding those schools, even for the other programs that we looked at, Wit and Wisdom and EL, we would have had to go far out of state. We would have been looking down towards Delaware, where there are districts that are adopting EL, which is a fine program. Wit and Wisdom is actually starting to take hold in the Valley. You would find districts that are starting to purchase Wit and Wisdom. So those 3 are really among the top that we've seen that have adopted some of these specific characteristics of the structured literacy type programs. So again, like it is fairly new. Yes.
So how many years have East Lycoming and Cumberland Valley been using the program?
So that's part of what's uncanny, actually. So Cumberland Valley's in their 2nd year. So that's why I say when they are talking about having reduced referrals for special education and they're talking about lower intervention numbers, that's a little bit, that's pretty exceptional.
And they were K to 5?
So, well, they both have the programs K through 8. They've adopted straight through. But most of our conversations have been centered around the elementary level, which is where we see all the pieces come together before they sort of move on to a lot more of that reading for the purposes of learning. So East Lycoming's in their 1st year, which is why when we went there and they said that their kindergarten numbers for interventions were in the single digits, that's incredible. They have that few kids, and that's not been their norm. I want to make sure that that's clear too. They have single digits in numbers of kids who need extra help beyond what happens in the classroom.
I like to see how it impacts the high school, your upper grades. Obviously if you're using a spiraling curriculum, which is exactly what we're talking about, and that's what you're asking. When we get to our senior high grades, will this help us get more students taking AP classes, honors classes, and you know what I'm saying? Because if we're going to increase rigor at the high school, obviously we need a foundation, and that's what you're talking about. So my thoughts are, and it's too new to ask, so we had a K-8 program. Did anybody ask Cumberland Valley, has there been an impact in the high school since they did go K-8? There are 2 years. So theoretically, you'd have 7th graders who are 9th graders, 8th graders who are 10th graders, was there a difference or a change in high school?
Which is why I think it's going to be really important, no matter what we do, to keep up those relationships. Because in Cumberland Valley was a great example. They're a very large district, but very well organized. I was very, very impressed with them. And I think that as they move through this, we'll be able to keep that contact and say, hey, what are you seeing as the impacts? And they've been very, very open to sharing. One of the things I've noticed with a lot of the schools that have made this transition and seen the results is there is almost this enthusiasm and energy to make sure other people have the opportunity to know as well. The answer to the question, though, I think it's significant. I think that the way that the curriculum is structured and the level of knowledge students will build, in addition to the reading skills, I've already told our high school and middle school teachers, like, be ready. I think you're going to see a different quality, a different level of student coming through. And I think that we're going to have to keep an eye on that and be ready to make those changes to continue that growth. Yeah.
Well, what I like about the approach here is that, our stakeholders are involved. We got a good group of teachers that went on visits. They saw it with their own eyes. Any program we decide is going to need buy-in. And, your best, I'm going to say it maybe the wrong way, your best salespeople are the people who are in the trenches, that have seen it, witnessed it, and will actually practice it. So I love the approach. I mean, the visits are great, seeing with your own eyes, taking a team, various teams it sounds like as well. Not just the same folks, so which is more people are involved.
And so I'll say two things on that. One, the team's been amazing in that I think no matter what, they're committed to our students. And so they're committed to making whatever we do work. And on top of that, that's the other reason that I think that continuing, again, those networking, those relationships, going out and seeing things for those who haven't and still have questions and thoughts is going to be key, because we do want to make sure that they feel comfortable answering those questions. They feel comfortable leading the way on that.
I'm excited about the change. We know we need to do something different than what we've been doing. Obviously, the results are there. So in order to change things, we need to change things, and as drastic as it may be, sometimes it's rip the Band-Aid off if you got the buy-in, and I don't know what the cost is yet. I haven't heard any numbers, but we go from there. So, and that's where the board has to decide whether it's profitable for our students or not. And
Sure.
And I
we'll
think
go from there.
Sorry, I think part of it has to be, how long are we going to make the students wait to get the education that they need? Like, how long, we talk about pilots, we talk about other things. When are we actually going to put it down and say, okay, guys, here's what you're going to learn? What's your time frame for that?
And I think that the answer to that question has been what's motivated originally the administration, but then ultimately the committee to be behind this. Right, like I said, I think that as of right now, there are still people on that committee who are like, I don't know, I wish we had more time. I think that they don't want to wait if we already know that this is a program that gets us there, right? So whatever those questions are, the success that districts have been having with it, I think is enough for them to have said, whatever our questions are, we want to start working on it, and then we'll get them answered.
So you didn't answer my question.
Oh, no, immediately. The answer is immediately. The answer is, if we adopt this, we would immediately begin planning for a fall release.
Okay.
We would be implementing this in the fall.
Okay,
Grades K through 6.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to hear, Scott. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, if you want, so I can share the numbers right now. Please don't panic, because you'll see the full itemized list, and there are options within there, yeah.
Just real quick before you get to
Yeah.
which obviously we're all concerned about.
Yes.
It was nice to hear it was decreased the amount of referrals for special needs. However, does that also reflect, how's it impact the other the gifted? Whereas, without being incorrect, you're like, hopefully we're not watering it down to make everything look better. Does it still help the upper echelon more advanced kids as well?
So it's a really good question. So paradoxically, right, like it's two opposite things here. Everyone is worried that this is above our students, that these texts are too challenging, that the writing that we're seeing is too hard. So in some ways, like that's the worry. And at the same time, the benefit of these programs seems to be, and when I say these, I mean EL, Wit and Wisdom, the way that they're structured is that because there's sustained focus on certain like knowledge strands, like a history unit, right? One of them is the War of 1812. I don't know anything about the War of 1812, right? But like kids will learn throughout the course of it about things related to the War of 1812. Turns out 7-year-olds love the War of 1812. And so you have students who might not otherwise have been excited about reading, but then you also have your students who are, the kids we would say are gifted, right, or advanced, learning about something that they would never otherwise learn about. And so I think that's where the paradox comes in, is that because the way it's built and it builds on knowledge kids wouldn't normally necessarily access, right? Like I've never talked to my daughters about the War of 1812. Maybe we talked about the Civil War at some point, the Revolution, maybe we talked about some of those things, but like you have these like upper kids who haven't accessed that, and you have these other kids for whom it's interesting because instead of jumping from one thing to the next, they're learning consistently day to day more and adding knowledge. You end up actually doing like a benefit to both of them. In addition, they do have built in, because again, like, so if it's a topic, they have built in recommended libraries, and those recommended libraries sort of replace what we used to call like leveled readers that would be handed out to students and based on your reading levels, right? So the recommended libraries do allow for the exposure to students of like higher level reading, while also being aware that, yes, we might be okay with the War of 1812, but we're not okay with every aspect of the War of 1812, right? We don't necessarily want them reading all of it. So we do sort of, have the ability to guide that. The other thing I will say is that the way the skills are built, it's not isolated to like what students at this level can do and this level can do. Writing's writing, right? So like if we have a lot of writing, then we have students who are able to develop at their level and continue to get feedback at that level, right? So like I think the way it's designed in a lot of ways paradoxically answers to both ends. Like it's actually really challenging material, at least we think it is, but it turns out that it actually is highly motivating and we're able to sort of build those skills in for students who need it. So I hope that makes sense. Like, I mean, in some ways, I think that is the access point for both things, and it just works.
Can you show us the numbers?
Yeah.
Is this the correct one?
Yeah. So this is the quote that we got. Now, this was some time ago, and I will say also this includes in it that pretty substantial professional development package. This is for 6 years. So, this can always be adjusted. You'll see on there that Boost is only on there for 1 year. They kind of throw that in free. That's their, the best I can understand is it's probably similar to what we do with IXL. But this would include the entire core program, K through 6. All this is pretty much, it's the same from year to year. It does include a digital component as well as a text component. A lot of the digital components are discounted in the initial purchase to the point where it doesn't really make sense not to have them. But then we also could look at not having those as we move forward if we were to continue after year 6. In terms of the actual like budgetary costs related to this, I don't want to speak to like exact numbers or anything, but I know right now we've been looking at much of it being paid for out of remaining ESSER funds.
ESSER 3.
ESSER 3, okay.
And then fund balance.
Yep, correct.
So Sherry, can you differentiate between the amount that would come from ESSER 3 and fund balance?
Yep, I'm looking at probably about $45,000 on the high end coming out of fund balance. The rest would be fully funded through ESSER.
Let's do it.
Say that one more time for me. Is that per year or? for
That's
the-
to buy the $277,000 for 6 years. About $45,000 of that is, I'm estimating I'm gonna need to use out of fund balance, and the remaining will be out of ESSER.
One time.
One time.
And then what grade does this go to? This is only to
So
sixth grade, this close.
this should be through 6th.
So then if we have,
Is there a dot of 6th grade up there?
I keep having to ask. We're buying it, and I hate to leave those 2 grades out. I know it doesn't sound right, but I just hate to see them out of this program knowing that we have ESSER funds to pay for it, and we're only taking 45 out of fund balance. Every year it's 45,000, so that's $120,000 on top of that.
No, it's $45,000 one time.
One
for
time.
Right,
6
but
years.
I'm saying for the two, for 7th and 8th grade, right?
Well, we don't have a quote for 7th.
So I don't, I mean,
For seventh
you
grade.
could
But you
probably
can just,
take
you
Yeah.
can.
what's there for
there's
6th
a-
grade. and
That's what I
extrapolate
did. I did
that. Yeah.
just an average number.
Mental math.
Mental math, easy mental math. So when I look at that, I'm like, we're talking about a little bit, and we got to rip Band-Aid off, guys. Like, that's what I feel like, and I'm sorry that I feel that way, but we've been talking about it. And to Donna's point, we got to make a change, and I just hate to see those 2 grades at the middle school just because we say that they're just the middle school, to leave them out.
And I'm certainly not saying that. I'm just saying that I know what we've done throughout the course of this year with the grades that we're moving forward with. I just don't know that ground, like, I'm not comfortable making a recommendation and feeling comfortable with the success of implementation without that groundwork laid. I know it seems like we can just like throw it in place and like everything will work out. I don't think that's. I've never experienced a program where I think you had said it, Mr. Kern, like that. We need that buy-in because ultimately.
But Scott, nothing's working now, so I don't think we have a choice.
I know, but 7th and 8th grade has not been exposed to it. They don't know it. They didn't see it. They didn't feel it. They didn't touch it. And now here we are, May, going, we're doing this in September, and you're going to get major, major problems.
Yeah, I think Mr. Crane knows how we get. So what I would say though is that a lot of what we see in our reading outcomes, it comes down to not having the foundational pieces in place, right? Like a lot of the work that we need to do, it comes down to those foundational pieces. And I can talk about for hours, right? About the research and about like what people are finding in terms of the ways that individuals have compensated in terms of their reading over time, but it's going to be those pieces in place is really key for us.
So are we talking K to 6 or?
So K to 6
K to
right now
6.
is how we've worked. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we worked through this K to 6.
No, I agree with that, and then it gives you a year to roll it out to the middle school and maybe a little bit more foundation of what's actually going on in 6th grade for 7th grade and maybe even 8th grade at that point to absorb it. I mean, 8th grade would be a force feed, but at least 7th is coming with students that have already been exposed for a year. I kind of agree with that. I remember having a curriculum director trying to make changes in my middle school when I was a principal in May for September, and it was not going to work. It just wasn't. My staff wouldn't have did it. That's the bottom line. They would fake that they were doing it, but they weren't going to do it with the fidelity we want. So we'd be wasting our money. That's how I feel. I think to be fair to staff, they need time to plan, they need time to see it, understand the whole program, what the new focus in literacy learning is all about. Many of them haven't been trained in this ever, or at least since college. So, long time.
It's a paradigm shift. And I did say in the last board report also, we are currently working with Amanda David out of the IU, and we're setting up a plan for professional development alongside the Amplify professional development. And that will run K through 12 because there are implications for this shift all the way through the system, as I think you're saying. I think that it's a lot. We are really at the front end of it right now, which is good. But I appreciate the enthusiasm for sure. But I think right now we fall within that ESSER funds with some additional fund balance money needed. I think that additional purchases, please, put that in your journal somewhere, put that in your diary that you do want to spend that money at some point because we will probably be looking to expand out.
So with that being said, Mr. Pine, so here it is May. Let's say we decide as a board, I'm just hypothetically throwing this out there. How would the staff that wasn't exposed to this be ready September? What's the plan over the summer?
Yeah, so it's a good question. So we have actually exposed the staff. The committee's purpose really was to help us as an administration digest and make sense of the input that we were getting back, if that makes sense. We didn't want to alone be taking in what they were saying and then only filtering it through our lens. So that was really the purpose of the committee. The staff actually was involved in the review back when we did that in like November, December, to narrow it down to Amplify. And then when we did the experience kits, which is the week and a half long sort of mini experience for them, everyone was invited to do that. And so we did have a lot of staff across the grade levels did it. Actually, most of the feedback I got was from staff members who were not part of the committee, but I just talked through what was this like with them. So we do have a lot of staff members around the district who voluntarily participated in some ways throughout the course of this in order to understand it. Now, to answer what I think your question is, I think that's the immediate work after approval, which is working with Amplify and working with our team to develop a full launch and professional development plan that, if I had my druthers, starts over the summer, but at the very latest starts August, whatever, when we get back. It's usually like the day before my birthday, and we're immediately training them in this. So this becomes priority number one for the 2024-25 school year.
My last question, I promise. And where do the specialty teachers fit in this program? So your phys eds or arts or music, are they going to be exposed? I'm a big believer in whole school learning. And if you're going to train staff, everybody needs to be part of the program. So if they're doing writing in their classrooms, which they should be, in some way, if that's our focus, how are they getting included in the program?
I haven't gotten that far yet, if
Okay.
I'm being completely honest. I mean, what I will say is that with this program, the knowledge-based ones, one of the cool things that I think speaks to a lot of what you're saying is that, so ELA for a long time has focused on what we would call English, right? Like stories and poems and things like that. The knowledge-based curricula, which includes that, includes a lot of science and a lot of social studies and a lot of fact-based readings, which I think very, very much allows for us to really consider at the elementary level what I think we say happens, but we have a hard time articulating, which is integration of reading, science, social studies, math to a degree, right, across the curriculum. So like I do think there's something exciting to be seen in that our students will be experiencing reading in a way that isn't siloed, that very much means that what they're learning, I mean, I look through it. Kids in second grade are going to be learning about the Revolution and learning standards that are currently in the 5th grade social studies standards for the state of Pennsylvania. Like, there are some really neat things that are sort of embedded in this that I think will allow for that. I haven't really thought about how it hits phys ed, so that'll take some conversations with Dr. Butts.
Well, and moving forward to the middle school where you have, silo teachers. I teach math, I teach social studies, I teach ELA. Is this an ELA focus, or is this going to be exposed to all curricular areas so that everybody's on the same page?
I think it will impact the way that we approach things with most, if not all, curricular areas, for sure.
I mean, writing across the curriculum, I'm a big believer in it. And I think everybody has to be on the same page, is what I'm trying to say.
Sure.
And you're going to get a bigger bang for your buck if everybody's doing that.
Sure. Yeah.
Can you get a quote for the 7th and 8th grade?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I can absolutely get a quote for 7th and 8th grade. The other thing that's not included in here, which we have looked into, but I decided we needed to address the core, right? Our tier 1 is we are still looking at, there's a program called M-Class, which is associated with the DIBELS 8 assessment, which seems to be promising as an intervention product, but we still have some questions that we want answered before we want to move forward with that. Honestly, our core programming is our top priority. Intervention products, obviously we want to have the best ones, and we want to make sure that we take that little bit of extra time. So there is that component, which is not included in any of this right now. Okay.
Oh, will this bring back the book it program?
Wait, that's Pizza Hut, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is Pizza Hut around anymore?
Still there. It was a good time.
So when I started here in Slatington, we still had Book It, but I couldn't find a Pizza Hut to take the certificates in. Yeah, there was for maybe 2 years. Yeah.
Can you give me all the coupons?
Sure.
So, Mr. Pine, I'm sorry, Gary, go ahead.
No, it's okay, go ahead.
What are you asking the board?
So,
tonight?
I mean, I'm asking if, I guess, by my recommendation, the recommendation of the committee, if I have, I guess, the ability to bring a motion forward next Monday for CKLA as it's presented there. I would probably present it, to be honest, as a not to exceed motion if possible with that amount up there, which would allow us the flexibility to still look within aspects of the package such as like the professional development and tinker with it and not necessarily, but know that we would not go above $277 or $78,000 just because we had not worked out some of those finer details yet.
Okay, a couple of questions I have, just to go back. Again, the recommendation is coming unanimously from the committee.
Not unanimously. No, I mean, we
Okay,
definitely
that's
had.
number one.
Yeah.
The second part of it is, the committee is making the recommendation. You're saying, but the staff has not bought into this yet particularly.
So the committee's making the recommendation. No, well, so I do not have feedback from the entire.
So we don't know the
faculty.
staff's going to buy into this.
No,
Okay.
no.
The other question then is, out of the $200-some thousand that's coming from Esther's funds, that's a one-time deal. We will not have extra costs after that.
Unless we add on 7th and 8th grade, and then once the 6-year cycle ends. So
Okay.
there's, I mean, any program that we would purchase is typically 4, 5, 6 years, and we would have reoccurring fees if we continue it.
Okay. The reason I ask that is I get nervous when we're using ESSER funds or any kind of funds that are one-time, and then next year we end up having to add to our budget, which we're doing right now possibly with our budget. That's I'm probably going to vote against. But, and with that in mind, I'm not totally sold that, is this the only program that really we can be looking at?
No. We looked at we started with 4 programs. So like I said, we started with Wonders, the 2023 version. EL, which is by Open Sources, is the name of the company. They've created a number of quality programs, which actually are free. So like, just so you know, and so CKLA is actually free. It was created by a nonprofit, but it's not organized in a way that is usable. Let me just put it that way. So like all the units have the readings and things like that, and that's true of Wit and Wisdom. Like some of the materials as well are that we could get those for free. We would just have no way of structuring it or making it basically accessible for teachers and students to use. So we started with those 4. I will say Wit and Wisdom, which does seem to be the one that's taking hold in a lot of schools around here. Salisbury, I want to say Saucon, but I could be wrong about that one. Southern Lehigh for sure. And then I think most recently I heard, but it's a rumor that Parkland may be moving towards Wit and Wisdom. Wit and Wisdom was not well received by our staff. I will say that in part, I think that was poor presentation on their part, but I don't know that I could get that back, right? Like that was lost on their part. So Wit and Wisdom was removed pretty quickly. EL and Wonders came in right on top of each other in second place. Amplify was a solid 12, 13 points higher by our own like rubric that we used. So from there, we thought we were going in looking for 2, and we just decided to go only for the 1 because there was such a separation between the other 2 and Amplify, CKLA. So what we decided was just to look at Amplify, and basically it was a high risk bet, right? Like it was either we're going to agree that we're going to recommend this as we go to the end of the year, or we're going to not, in which case we're back at square one. We have to either look at these programs again, or we would have to look at a new set of programs. So that's kind of where we come from in terms of like the actual recommendation.
And you said Wonders was the program that was looked at. We
Yes.
also have Wonders right now, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
So if that was when we looked at, and we have one now, how long have we had Wonders? How long have we had it?
So how long have we?
Yeah.
So I want to say 7 years.
It's been a while.
7.
7
Pardon?
years?
7
years?
Yeah.
And it's obviously not working, is that what you're telling me?
So if we look pre-pandemic, we were not seeing results. Since the pandemic, I think that, and I think the science of reading, structured literacy would support this. We're going to have much more difficulty recovering from the losses of the pandemic if we don't get in line with structured literacy. So with Wonders, I think one of the things that's a deficit within it is, and this is one of the things that I think killed Wit and Wisdom, is that it does not have a structured literacy component that at least that our teachers at the Peters level, right, as they were going through, that they felt was going to support that need. So like that became an issue. With Wit and Wisdom, they outsource it actually. They sell you their product, which is the curriculum reading knowledge-based piece, and they outsource the foundational piece to Wilson, there's a program called Foundations, which has alignments with Wit and Wisdom. So that's kind of how they handle it. Amplify and EL actually have built-in components that are they sort of handle the foundational pieces as well as the knowledge pieces. So we did look at it. Like I said, Wonders and EL were right, they tied basically for second place. As a matter of fact, measuring it one way, it looked like EL was ahead, and that would have been our second place. And then calculating it the other way, because there were two ways to calculate basically the average of everyone's scores, Wonders was just ahead of EL in terms of coming in second place. I think it was the distance between those two and Amplify on that initial evaluation by the faculty that led everyone to agree that we should just look at Amplify and make a decision based on that.
So you as the curriculum leader of the district, how do you feel?
Funny thing, because actually, I'm just gonna be transparent.
I want you to be.
And I recently was accused of having made this decision already, right? Like at the beginning of the year. And anyone who's talked to me about this throughout the course of it would know that isn't true. Other than I had concerns about where we were with Wonders, and I thought we needed, like the rest of the administration, need to look at other options. I was very behind Wit and Wisdom. I'm not gonna lie. Wit and Wisdom, I looked at it. It has a strong arts foundation. Me as an English teacher, I liked it. The more I looked at it, though, I really liked EL. So by the time we got rid of EL, EL was probably my preference. And then everyone else was on Amplify. And so I started looking more at Amplify. I talked to some of these school districts. I have to say, so I don't know if I described this, but there's almost this, and I don't think this the wrong way, cultish sort of like glow that comes on people's faces who have used Amplify, and them talking about the impact that it's had on their students, that if I could bottle that, I wouldn't be here. I'd be in business. I'd be selling that in a bottle, because their enthusiasm, their excitement for it, had me completely convinced. Then when I saw student writing and I saw students reading and talking about things in the classrooms, I realized at times I thought people were trying to sell me something. I was like, you guys all on payroll? And then I was like, there's no way. There's 15, 20 of you by now. They can't afford to have all these people on payroll selling their souls for a product. By the end of it, I believe, because I believe that other educators want what's best for kids, right? And if they've experienced this and they're saying, Scott, you need to get behind this. That paired with everything that I've seen, I feel very good about this. I actually told Matt, I said, honestly, how many years has it been? Almost 25 years, right, in education now? It almost feels like it's a shame that this could be the biggest impact I have on kids' lives, because it's literally just handing a quote over to you guys to pay for something and then having it implemented. I feel like I should have done something more creative for my biggest imprint. I think that changing students' reading trajectories is that, and I think that this could do that.
And talking, Jim, you feel the same way?
I was going to say, my final question is, are the administrators behind this?
Yeah.
Solidly.
I'll tell you, I went on the East Lycoming visit with my staff that went. I'll be transparent as well. I am absolutely behind it. One of the things that I was looking for, and my team of teachers at Peters was looking for, we wanted a program that was substantial enough to do everything without having to find other things to do to supplement it, right? Even now with Wonders, we have first grade teachers purchasing a separate phonics program to supplement. We're supplementing phonemic awareness with our Haggerty program. In all the talking we've done with 3 districts now, the big question I always ask is, do you do anything other than the program to make it what it is? And their answer 3 times out of 3 was nope, we do it with fidelity. They basically said, no more teachers pay teachers. You don't have to go buy anything. You don't have to make it look fancier. Use the slides that are there. you do the curriculum with fidelity, and I'll share with you also, Mr. Pine left this, I think it's a valuable detail out. East Lycoming was the first year implementation. They were also coming from the Wonders program prior to that. So that's very close to us, and it was what I would say a very comparable district. You know, it was a rural district instead of you know, sort of a city district type. But you know, it wasn't like you're trying to compare apples and oranges. It felt, you know, it felt like Peters Elementary School in a different place. And you know, I left the reading the kindergarten class where they picked up a book with paragraphs in multiple pages, and just read it. And my kindergarten teacher said, "There's no way we can do that." And I think one of the struggles we're seeing is, how are we going to get the kids there? Well, they probably went through the same challenges. They came from this program, and now they are. But I think the core, you know, focus there is, this is the program they're doing. They're doing it with fidelity, and their students were able to do that. So obviously, this changed from you know, to a more structured literacy approach. It's working there, and I absolutely believe it could work here if we do it with fidelity. So also a lot of the intervention pieces, I'm very interested in looking at, because I think that you know, one of the concerns is always, if they're doing intervention, are they doing intervention that matches up with the Tier 1 program? And I think that if you know, we're looking at that M-Class, the boost, and all these different supplemental things, that would absolutely benefit our students as well, to make sure they're all on the same page, K through 2, and of course then moving into 3 through 6. But I'm an advocate for this program.
So, in full transparency, I kind of went into this process liking wit and wisdom. I think I was the one that was like, we really need to look at this, you know, based on what I'm hearing from some colleagues also in the Valley. And going through the process, you know, certainly CKLA was at the top of my list in terms of how they've packaged it, in terms of what they've done, the spiral nature of the curriculum is impressive. You know, certainly, I think to answer an earlier question that you had, Mr. Kern, we haven't asked a question about how it's impacting the secondary level.
Right.
We have asked a question of West Jefferson. How has it impacted you now going through for like 4 years? And they can see the impact at their upper elementary levels. And so I could only assume that if they're seeing the impact and the growth and the change of rigor that their kids can manage at that level after going through a couple of years, that's only going to transcend into the secondary levels. You know, I did not attend a visit. We were rough on coverages that day, and I stayed back to cover because I wanted people to go. And so, you know, certainly coming back, there are questions. There's excitement that I see in some of the people that attended. There's a fear also. And the realistic side of change is there is a fear. There's a fear of the unknown. There's a fear of what this is going to look like. And, you know, certainly, as Mr. Schneiderite said, in terms of the rigor, you know, like there's a difference in rigor of what is being asked of kids in this program versus what we're doing right now. What we all agree about is what we are doing needs to change. And so I think we will get through all of those questions as we go through a process. That is not a negative on this particular program. That is just change in general. And so we all have agreed in terms of we need to change, we need to move forward. And so, you know, I am fully behind this program. You know, I think it's the right move to make. And all those questions, even, I've said to Mr. Prime, especially in the first year, 2 years, we're going to have to figure out what that gap looks like and how we're going to manage and intervene with that gap. But I'm fully prepared based on what I've talked to with the different educators in these different districts, that our intervention numbers are going to come down. We're going to see growth, and that's where we had to lean in detail.
And actually, just to answer your question, I just wanted to check to make sure I was right on that. So technically speaking, we did have unanimous support from everyone who responded to, I asked a simple question of those in the committee, do you support, or let me actually make sure I say this exactly right. Should I recommend Amplify CKLA and ELA to the school board for adoption in grades K through 6? I just wanted to put it point blank like that and ask them what they thought. We did have unanimity. Everyone supported that statement that responded to that particular survey. So I just want to be 100% clear. That's 9 out of 11. 2 people did not respond. And my understanding and my sense is that those were abstentions. Those were not, I didn't respond. So that's why I say not 100%. But we did have 9 out of 11. 10 out of 12 if I was casting a vote as well.
Okay, so you're asking us if we could take this to the board next Monday for a vote?
Yes.
Okay, with that in mind,
I haven't opened my mouth yet, and I've said it before and I'll say it again. I didn't understand what half those acronyms were that you used. I'm not in education, I don't understand it. But Scott, what I want you to do is to go out and get the best program for our teachers, for our administrators, and our students. And I will support that, whatever it is. And if you're saying this is the program, that's all I need to know. Let's get on with it and let's get it started. That's where I'm at. So my vote is 100% behind it. If you recommend, that's your job. If that's what you're recommending, I'm 100% behind it. So go.
Do we have the support?
I need to make one comment though.
Absolutely, sure.
Because I'm not so sure I'm in support. And the reason I say that today is I will not be here to vote on Monday. So with that in mind, I just need to make the statement that we're spending a lot of money on a program. We also have wonders in place that we've spent a lot of money on, probably, I don't know exactly what, to make a change. We're making another change, and I hope 2 years from now, I will be pleasantly surprised to see improvement. If I don't, I'm going to say, I told you so.
Wow.
And that's my comment, and as I said, and I'm only saying that tonight because I can't make that address on Monday night at the meeting because I will not be
Well, the
here.
reason why I asked the administrators, they're obviously the ones that are gonna have their hands dirty with the staff on a daily basis, making sure that it's done with fidelity and we're following the program. And that, if they don't have buy-in, it's gonna fall right there. So, they're gonna be the educational leaders in the building. If they're the ones that are saying, this is the right for our kids, then it's gonna be right for our kids. That's how I feel.
Go ahead.
I just had a quick numbers question. So the agreement we have with Wonders, when does that end?
It has ended. Actually, we were able to sort of get an extension. We paid for it, a paid extension last year, but some of that was offset because during the pandemic, in pockets, we didn't use print materials. So we were kind of able to get away with an additional year. The original agreement, I think, was 6 years. We're currently on our 7th year.
And what did that cost per year?
So I'd have to go back and I'd have to look. Less.
Off the top of your head.
It was probably closer to like 200. Like its actual value, but I'd have to go back.
200,000.
Yeah,
For
the
6 years?
For the 6 years.
It's
Yeah.
also
That's easy math. I can handle that as a phys editor, so, all right.
Yeah,
So we're in the same ballpark.
I think in terms of inflation and the way that things have gone generally in pricing, I will say that when I did the numbers for all of the 4 programs we looked at, I'm not gonna lie, my initial thought was that CKLA was out of our league, price-wise. I was actually very surprised at how expensive all of them were. It just turned out CKLA was very, very
So either way, we
forthcoming.
would have to purchase a program, is what I'm hearing. And we're believing that this one is going to give us a lot more bang for our dollar, and more importantly, an impact for our students in a better way.
To accomplish what Mr. Green is asking of me, we'd have to purchase a program. I do believe that this is the best of the options, and I believe that in part because our teachers throughout this process have also believed this is the best of the options. and other teachers.
Can I just add too, in terms of staying with Wonders the way we were basically Wonders 2017, okay? They've now since had 2 revisions since that. And so when Mr. Pine is saying that, you know, we were able to cobble some things together, that's Mr. Schneiderite and I begging for, you know, give us everything you can for as, you know, cheaply as possible. And so there's not really, it would be very difficult to move forward with the 2017 version of Wonders another year.
It's like Microsoft Office, right?
Yeah, there's parts that are kind of obsolete, if that makes sense.
Yep. Let's do it.
All right, everybody good?
I have one thing to say. I support moving forward with the program, but I also want some kind of a commitment that we will be adding 7th and 8th grade in time for the 6th graders who will be exposed to this next year when they move to 7th grade.
Mr. Hauser and I will work together to shape what that will look like. And again, like we our entire plan was.
I would just, if I could just weigh in on that, you will have a proposal that will be the decision of the board if it goes into 7th and 8th grade.
Okay.
I just want to reframe that a little bit.
Sure. Good question, though. Good concern.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Pine.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, and Bob, I'll turn this back over to you.
No, it's all good.
All right, well then if
was late, it's my fault.
If we go on, then slates and elementary clout, is that where we're?
Yeah, so this one should be quick and easy because we've had this conversation
Since we're
several
talking
times. Yeah. This one is already.
It took
It's,
an hour to spend $270,000. I think it was an hour well spent.
this one's our.
On students' education, which is the purpose of why we're here.
Okay, so
I appreciate it.
That's what we should be doing.
let's hear more money.
It's a big lift. So IXL, which obviously we've already been using and we've been very happy with as not only an assessment tool, but at this grand level, you know, in relation to like predictions for PSSAs and things like that, but also as a formative assessment tool that teachers are able to use day to day. We are looking to now expand that officially down into Slatington Elementary School. We were able to extend what was not necessarily supposed to be a full year free pilot over the course of the full year. And we are now basically looking to make a 1-year purchase for Slatington. And then from there, moving forward, so we were on a 3-year agreement for the other buildings. We want to get everyone on one agreement if that's what we're going to do. So that's why it's 1 year. We're not necessarily looking, it's not like we're looking to do this 1 year and get rid of it. We're making sure that at the end of this term, we're able to negotiate in a price that includes Slatington, the middle school, and the high school. So that should be less, I think fewer questions, but if there are any questions, let me know, and I would be looking to have this approved next week too.
Same question, and I hate to ask it. We're now at 3rd grade. So what about kindergarten, 1st, and 2nd? I feel like we just keep putting Band-Aids on, where I ask that we look across K through 12 when we're doing these. If we're going to be adding to it, starting at one level and building up and getting everybody's buy-in, no matter if there's times when our teachers are moving from building to building because class sizes have to move, and now we're putting a teacher into a brand new program without any help or support, or taking them back to something else, and it's a deficit to the students. So I ask when we're doing these. How do we get K through 12?
With this one, I think my answer is going to be a little bit different, and it's just what we've been working through and struggling through, and I mean, Mr. Schneider, I can kind of attest to this, is that this type of program may not be our best fit at that level. So realize that IXL's underlying, the secret purpose of IXL is to take what we do in order to educate students and translate that into the way that they're assessed by the state, right?
Yes,
So like in a lot of ways,
No doubt.
as we're working through it, I mean, we're struggling to find that this works well. Definitely with kindergarten, I think we've had hardship. I think that we're considering 2nd grade. I just don't know that we're there yet, and that we're convinced it's the best fit. right? So as we've gone through down to Slatington, we feel good about it. I just think that it's that. And so like this is not core curriculum. This is very much something that we add on in order to help us bridge that gap between what we do and what the state thinks we do, right? Like, you know, and I'm not saying there's no connection there between the assessment, but like we sometimes need some of this extra help from a program like IXL. So I don't know if anyone wants to say anything. Yeah.
I can share Mr. Pine as well. I mean, just to let you know, Gail, it's our goal between Mr. Briner and I to have more consistent data going between buildings, right? One of the advantages of CKLA is they're both using DIPLS 8 as an assessment tool from K through 6, which then gets turned into the data piece that informs the interventions within that program. Right now we use DIBELS, they use STAR, IXL. We are currently piloting, we're trying out in 1st and 2nd grade IXL. I believe the reason it's not on this quote is because we haven't yet done it officially through the company. I would love to get a free year-long pilot next year, basically what Mr. Briner is doing right now, and not have to pay for it next year. But I do have money built into my budget with the plan of in some way incorporating IXL, with the understanding that Mr. Pine is correct. I mean, again, in kindergarten, you know, we're not getting on computers all day. We're just not. And it's not going to be a part of actively what we do. But in 2nd grade, I haven't had the conversation with the staff, and I haven't made that full decision yet. But again, it's in my budget, and I do believe we're going to have some kind of implementation with IXL prior to 3rd grade. But again, I'm hoping we can get it for free a little.
And I'll have to talk to Mr. Schneider about that because they were not happy with us in the way that we prolonged this for Slatington. We just kept on basically not answering their emails because I was like, we want it for free longer. I was like, nobody answers. So hopefully they're not watching right now. They were not happy with us about that. So we're going to have to talk about how to work
Our
that.
landlord helps, that's good.
Yeah, so.
But again, we are planning on doing more to have, I'm trying to be political about it, more to have common data between buildings, and IXL is part of that.
Sure. Yeah.
Just
Again-
looking at negotiation skills. Now you have extra 2 grades, gives you a little bit extra, you get a little discount. Now you're doing it 3 years and not just over 3 grade levels, so.
Yeah, so I didn't realize that if we are looking at next year, we'll work through that as well. But if we were looking at next year, then that was my thought. My thought was, okay, let's negotiate this in as part of a 3-year deal. Yeah, we're always trying to figure out how to slip things in at the right times for our people, but then also within the contract. So yeah, we will get that situated as well.
It was a frugal decision to, try to work behind the scenes.
So yes.
Any other questions, anyone? Seeing none? Again, thank you, Mr. Pine. And Dr. Valley, I believe you're up. Are you going to spend money too or not?
Moving IXL to the agenda.
Okay.
As an agenda item, are you comfortable?
I
with
like
that?
you a lot.
No one says no? Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, we ready? Dr. Stoker, could we start with staff there? Sure. Okay, so yes, the work continues at the high school. We are looking forward to next year and planning for that, and we are thankful for your feedback thus far with our visits and what we've brought back to the staff and the board regarding our lunch and learn and what that's going to look like next year. I see Nikki here. We've had some great conversations with her and her team and are really now getting down to the nitty gritty of what this is really going to look like. So, and that's exactly what this is. So we have tonight just to show you, and I'm not going to read every one to you for sure. But what we did was develop a series of staff expectations and student expectations for lunch and learn. So for this hour and little bit period of time every day, what does it look like? What are we going to do? How are we going to utilize it to best impact students, student success, student performance? So, you see that little tagline up there, teaching with passion, inspiring with purpose. All of the conversations we're having, we talk about, even though the block isn't really changing a whole lot, we're shortening it a bit. It's what we do in that period of time that we have kids in front of us. What are we doing when kids are seeking us out during this lunch and learn period? Well, we're going to be passionate about what we do. We're going to seek out kids to come and visit us during our learn sessions. And everything we do, we want it to be purposeful. So a lot of the stuff we talked about for elementary and what this program is going to do for the elementary buildings, there's so much of the same language as what we're looking at to do at the high school. Rigor. Making it relevant for our kids, teaching with passion so that they're engaged from bell to bell. in all classes. So as you look, and I wanted to start with staff, I originally wanted to start with students, which is why Dr. Stoker had it that way. But, you're going to see a part on here at the bottom that says lead by example. But I wanted to start with the staff expectations here. And what you'll see is a little paragraph, and that basically is what each of those areas means. Now, where did we get these areas from? How did we build these statements? Just as we've done everything else with Lunch and Learn, we got it from a team of people. So staff, and that's all staff. That is support staff, that's hall monitors, that's cafeteria, that's everybody. Administration, teachers, EL, special ed, everybody we could get, we were picking their brains. What does this look like? What do you want to see? And then also students. What is important to you? And when we talk about, and you'll see on the student ones, acting responsibly, showing empathy, showing respect, what does that look like? So you'll see the way this is laid out. And I'll just use the first one as an example. So I'm a teacher. How am I going to utilize my Learn session effectively? And you'll see a paragraph. That's what that means. Utilizing midday support period effectively. I'm going to dedicate my Lunch and Learn session to meeting the diverse needs of all the kids that seek me out. After that initial paragraph, okay, that's fancy language. What does it really mean? What does that actually look like? So then you'll see it numbered there. Staff will be in the classrooms when students are present during their assigned learn time. If they don't have kids, they're going to go out in the halls. They're either monitoring or they're going to say, oh, Lori, I see you. Come here. I know that you missed the last couple of days. Come see me for a couple of minutes. That's what we're looking for. So not passive, but active. We are all active in this. And that's where, I know Mr. Kern and all of us have been talking about buy-in. We've got to all be speaking the same language. So that's how everyone is. So if you want to scroll down, Dr. Stoker, the next part is promoting a culture of trust and student empowerment. What does that mean? What does it look like? And then the next one, facilitating a rigorous academic program. We are big on this word, and we are going to get bigger and bigger. What does a rigorous learning environment look like? And that includes our Lunch and Learn time. That doesn't mean you have to plan 40 minutes extra time every day to get ready for your Learn session. But you are going to help the kids that seek you out, whether it's review, whether it's they're stuck on something, whether it's they have no idea how to organize their day or their week and chunk the assignments you've given them. You're going to help them organize that and do that with them. Allowing opportunities for mastery demonstration. You're going to promote the development of post-secondary skills, and that kind of goes right into the things we were just talking about, organization, because our job is to get them ready for what life is going to bring them post-high school. Just as elementary and Mr. Briner, getting them ready for middle school. I've had the pleasure and the privilege of being a principal at all levels. That transition is critical. And if we are not giving our kids and getting them ready for post-secondary life, we are doing them a disservice. So that has to do with academics and rigor and relevance, but it also has to do with your ability to communicate and collaborate, and all of those other things. So you see the words down there, lead by example. Demonstrate enthusiasm, dedication, and a commitment to student success in all aspects of the Lunch and Learn program, serving as a positive role model for kids. And then that outlines what that is. So, we're working really hard at the high school to, whether it's the Keystone exam, whether it's the IXL benchmark, conveying the importance of that, believing in their success, and letting them know that we believe in them. Even if we don't think the test is the best thing in the world, they can never know it. We have to convey the importance to them. And that's the same thing with Lunch and Learn. This is a time that you have to utilize wisely, and we're going to teach you and show you how to do that. So that is the staff expectations. Probably equally important, if not more, because it's the kids. We have down there attendance and participation. What does that look like? So just to go over a couple for you. All kids are expected to attend Lunch and Learn sessions regularly and actively engage in whatever they're doing. So Students should remain in supervised locations within the building. Students will seek out teachers when support is needed. We gave some examples of what that looks like. Students who are failing at least one class, we've talked about that before, will be scheduled for a period of time that it takes to move to a passing grade. So if Mr. Stroll is their social studies teacher and they're failing social studies, guess where that kid is going for the learn session? Over there, until they get that failing grade to a passing grade. So, and also we talked about behavior. CB East, interestingly, had very few of these kids because they love being independent and being able to make their own decisions. They don't want to be scheduled. So those behavior students that need a reminder, until you can get your behavior to what it needs to be, you're going to also be scheduled somewhere. And we're going to work on that with you. Developing independence in decision making. That's another area. We have commitment to academic excellence. You'll see the staff expectations and student expectations, they mirror one another. Academic excellence, academic rigor. Scrolling down, preparation and accountability. What does that mean? What does it look like? Respect and empathy. That's a big one. We talked about that, Mrs. Williams, at Coffee and Conversations, about what does it look like to be respectful. And even if you're not eating with kids or sitting with a group of kids, you respect them, and what does that look like? And if you see kids who have nowhere to maybe sit and you have an extra seat at your, invite them over. What does that look like? And we want to model that and promote that over and over again. And then, of course, cultivating our essential skills, and it goes down, and we broke every one of those apart: goal setting, networking, teamwork, agility, perseverance, and leadership. And then I think a big part of it is providing constructive feedback, and we've been doing this all along with the staff and the students. Well, what about this? What do you think about this? Okay, you've lived it for a month now. What do we need to look at? What isn't working? What is working really well that we need to do more of? And they'll tell you. They will tell you. And that's what I love about, sometimes the older kids, is they're able to express that, and they're not afraid to share where we maybe need to get better and what we need to replicate. So that's it. We just wanted to share with you the continuing work that we're doing, and we're thankful for your support. And if you have any feedback on those expectations, we will willingly accept it and be thankful for it.
You mentioned, Nikki, so
Yes.
how are the kids going to do lunch? Are they just going to go grab lunch and then go wherever?
So that's kind of the nitty gritty that we're talking about right now. So Nikki, you went with your head cook, Tina.
Yeah.
They got to see it. There's a lot of differences that we have to work through. And Nikki can speak much more eloquently than I can about that. But I think we really need to look at, we're responsible to give them, certain items, a required number of items in specific categories. So those are the kinds of things where we need to put our heads together and really figure out, how can we make this work? I think we're confident we can. I think there's going to be some components that can be grab and go. And then I think there's other things where they're going to need to wait in line for those things. But, Nikki's already, I think working with the state auditors and people that came in, she's already made our grab and go breakfast a million times better because they use the clickers now, and it's like, okay, L'Oreal, and we'll be able to use the same thing for during the lunch and learn. So she's done a ton of work, asked a ton of questions when she went down there, and brought it right back, and we met together on Friday and is coming back in future meetings. So I think what's so powerful about this whole thing is, the model that we continue to use is we go and watch, we see what's working, and then we bring it back and we figure it out together. All right, this looks great, we can do exactly that, or no, this isn't. How are we going to make this work best for our kids? And I just love the collaboration that we've had, and I'm really thankful for that.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
I can't wait till
It's
it's implemented.
sounding really good. I can't wait to hear
Something to see.
after it's
Thank you. Yeah.
I'll make a comment. Can we go to staff expectations?
Yeah, sure.
Scroll all the way up. It's almost the last one. Let's keep going. Okay, number 5. I think it's number 5. Up.
Other way.
Other way.
Other way.
The other up.
The other up. Okay, stop right
Whoa,
there.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Right there.
5 in that section again.
All right, this is the section that I like very,
Yes.
very much, is number 4.
And can I tell you where that came from, Mr. Torrance? That actually was brought up from actually a couple of our teachers in a in-service session that we've had recently, because we've been spending a lot of time collaborating in departments and things like that with curriculum stuff and common assessments, all that. But one of the teachers raised their hand and said, can we visit other people's classrooms? And that's like a principal's dream question, right?
Absolutely.
Like, yes. So put in number 4. Something we didn't get too much into, but one day a week, our departments will have, instead of offering a learn session to their kids, they will be meeting with their colleagues. So if we're the math teachers, maybe on a Monday, all the math people are going to be meeting together. So I might not be available for kids, but only on a Monday. So the work that we do in those collaboration sessions, and we can talk more about that in the future, there's going to be some expectations of what that work is going to be. But one of the things we want to consistently do is allow teachers to go visit other teachers during their building operations time. Bring back what they learned, and that's number 4. This practice will serve, this time will serve as a time to share, learn from, and support each other. It will serve to strengthen a culture of sharing, support, and collaboration. We talk about that, but are we really living it? And I think this is a perfect way. We have the ability with our building ops times. What better use of that is than to do something like that and come back and then share.
The reason I want to comment on that is it's something that I did in my practice, but more importantly, when we did a professional development, and I'm just going to make this really quick and easy, types of questioning. There are various in-depth questioning, and what types of questions are we actually asking our students? Are they higher order? Or are they just simple yes, no, simple ones? So what I did with my staff is our focus was, okay, when you visit the classrooms, and they had to do 1 per week, I just want you to jot down the types of questions that instructor is asking kids, and then categorize them in our professional development, 3 or 4 basic types of questions. And then we brought that data back as a group. And what it did was it reinforced, are we really doing what we're saying we're doing? And it not only is it kind of staff helping staff, but making us aware of what the direction we're going as a team. And what you're building there is a team, especially when teachers are used to being in their silos. I taught phys ed. The only thing I knew was the gym, the wrestling room, the weight room, that was it, or in the fields. I didn't have any idea what English was doing. So you're incorporating that, or then I might have some ideas to take back to my classroom. So you could use it 2 ways, and I'll share some documents with you that I have. So anyway, that to me is very important for staff. And I love the concept, by the way. I think it's great for kids.
Anybody else with questions? Thank you, Dr. Vaughn. Very good. And we will move on to Dr. Stoker.
Thank you. I'll try to be as concise as I can. I know we have a lot to cover this evening, but I'll try to give you the nitty-gritty as to where we are with the EF Tours kind of update. So again, back in 2019, this is an initiative that was started by one of our teachers. It kind of lost some of the momentum during the pandemic, and we're looking to restore it and kind of move forward. Trying to expand educational opportunities through real-world experiences beyond Slatington's boundaries for our students. Since our last education committee meeting, we sent out a survey to faculty. We had 12 faculty members that responded to that survey. Some were interested in being the leaders of a tour, and others were interested in being chaperones of a tour. From that information, anyone that was interested in moving forward could have conversations with one of the representatives from EF Tours on a one-on-one basis. So they set up those appointments and had those conversations and delved further into how their curriculum tied to particular areas of the world, what they wanted to gain from trips with students, those types of conversations. And EF Tours reps helped to frame what those trips may look like. From there, we also had the ACT 80-day presentation where EF Tours came in and presented to our faculty. And then after all of that, the survey data and follow-up meetings happened. Dr. Link and I met with the representative from EF Tours to talk about what the proposal is based upon all that information that they gathered. So this is the proposal for 4 years that came back from all of those conversations that happened. Most of our faculty, if not all of our faculty, were actually interested in doing tours outside of the United States. So the proposal is that in 2026, we would go to Rome and Perugia. That would be a 7-day tour. In 2027, we're looking at Greece. In 2028, looking at Japan. And then in 2029, Ireland and England for 9 days. So that's the 4-year proposal. When we originally proposed this, we also talked about a domestic trip. There were some people that were interested in different parts of our country as a domestic trip, but again, when you looked at the comparison of how much does it cost to go to Rome, $3,000, how much does it cost to go over to the national parks in the United States, $3,000, people were more interested leaving the country than seeing something local for about the same amount of money. Although I think both trips are worth it. So we are still looking at trying to do a domestic trip before we do international trips. So we are proposing that 2026 was our initial proposal. As I said, we're looking at doing something that would be international at that point. So we are looking at trying to get a domestic trip in 2025. So the proposal is up there. All of those are clickable links if you want to look at more detail of those trips. We have 3 people that emerged within the district as people that were interested in leading trips, and then the remainder, 9 or so people that were interested in being chaperones as part of those trips. So that's the proposal that we're bringing to you. Next steps would be really communication to families. We would be looking to communicate out to families that were looking to move forward with trips. We would host an evening in May. We're looking at about a week to 2 weeks from now. And we're looking at actually proposing 2 trips at the same time. Proposing the National Parks trip for 2025 and the Rome and Perugia trip for 2026, so that if people feel comfortable sending their kids domestically, they can select that trip. If they want to send them overseas to Rome and Perugia the first time, then they can do that as well. Again, we're looking for students in middle school to be eligible to start paying for the trips with their families and then eventually take these when they were in high school. So this would be a nice rotation that they may be able to go on 1 trip, 2 trips, potentially by the time they graduate. We do have some people that are interested in being leaders of the trip, so Allison, I don't know if you have anything that you'd like to say. I know you have the parent perspective, you have the educator perspective, so I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that.
I'm super excited. Tanya and I spoke this week about the domestic trip. There's a few things that we have to work out before I would commit to leading that, just because I have some other things in the works, so I'm not sure if I can pack all of that into potentially this summer, and that's kind of what is on. But that being said, I definitely will be doing this with my own children will be partaking in this program for sure. And I look forward to either leading and or chaperoning. And I think it's fabulous. I think it's fabulous for our kids at Northern Lehigh who some just don't get that. Some never leave here.
Mm-hmm.
Never leave here. And to give kids a payment plan, that opportunity, it'll be life-changing for them. So I'm really excited about it.
Are we allowed to chaperone?
We can talk further about what that looks like. In previous trips that I've been on, we've had parent chaperones. So domestically, there's 10 students per chaperone per leader, and once we go international, it becomes 6. So it depends on how many students end up being part of the trip and how many chaperones we end up needing. But I've seen parents be a part of a trip in the past. So, and I can say I've been to all of those places except Japan, so I think they're all fantastic places for our students to visit, and there's so much to offer there. So I'm very excited about what came through the survey. When I looked at it, I was like, yes, I think these would be great opportunities for our kids.
Absolutely. Because some of our kids have never been to New York, let's be honest.
You're right. You are right.
Anyway, good, thank you. Is there any questions? I'm sorry, any questions?
So I would just ask, is the board okay? This won't be a motion necessarily on the board agenda, but is everybody okay with us moving forward with communication to families and starting to fundraise and starting to gather money and stuff for the trips?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and thank you, Dr. Stroker. And with that, I will close the meeting and turn it over to Ms. Huzak for the next meeting of policy.
And Mr. Fedorcha and Ms. Husak, if I may just pause for 1 second. Mrs. Crucial, thank you for weighing in on the EF tours there, but I would also like to take a moment to recognize Mrs. Crucial for another reason this evening. It was announced today, and she received today an award from the Lehigh County School Counselors Association that she has been selected as the Lehigh County School Counselors Association School Counselor of the Year. So kind of dovetailing out of education, we know that education is much more than academics. It involves supporting the whole child. Thank you for all you do, and I invite you to join us Monday evening at our school board meeting if you're available, because I would like to recognize your work in a little bit more depth that evening. Again, congratulations.
Does that move her up to state and
I would be nowhere
national,
else. I
possibly?
would not want to be anywhere else but Northern Lehigh, and that is a very true statement, so.
Does that put her in line for state and national too?
I don't know what the progression is, but we can find out.
That'd be great to know.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Husak.
Sure. Well deserved. Congratulations, Allison.
Thank you.
Opening up policy committee, I will turn it over to Dr. Stoker.
Thank you. So tonight we really just have the review of 2 policies. The Title I is something we have to do annually, and the student wellness is something we do as part of our food services, which is on a 3-year rotation, but we typically bring it back annually because we do our wellness committee as part of that. So I'm actually going to turn things over to Mrs. Fink for our wellness committee meeting.
All right. Good evening. We had our last wellness committee meeting at the end of last year in April, and it is required that we conduct these minimum once a year. I'm hoping to actually start offering them more than once a year, possibly at the beginning and the end of the year at minimum, going, starting this next year. And I'm in the process of kind of rebuilding our wellness committee because over the last 2 years, COVID, post-COVID stuff, we just haven't had a strong, participation from all the different departments. So I did recently reach out to phys ed teachers, nurses, different representatives from all the different departments to, be a part of this group with me moving forward, starting next year, to just give, valuable feedback on updating the school on what we're working on throughout the year. So with that being said, with the wellness committee, we touch on, things like nutrition, education, promotion, phys ed, physical activity, nutritional guidelines that we have to, that I have to comply with our menu planning and snack and beverage offerings throughout the district during lunch and just during the school day itself. And one of the sections here on my agenda, I know you don't have access to the full thing, which I can definitely send to everybody afterwards. But moving forward, I'm hoping that, a representative from our nursing department would just give any feedback on health updates such as, annual screenings, eye exams, physicals, hearing tests, things like that that's going on throughout the school district. The nurses and myself do communicate all year long, but at the start of the year, as it pertains to allergies and intolerances by the students, they send me lists, usually like end of September-ish, once they get, all the doctor's notes and things like that from the students. So each school sends me those allergy and intolerance lists, and I go into our Primero Edge system and flag that so that our cashiers can, check trays and so forth, make sure we're not giving any of the students anything that they can't have. And then periodically through the year, as our students come on board with us, they're sending individual emails to me to notify me of those types of things. Also regarding like carbohydrate counts and so forth, I get emails, quite frequently from them checking carbs of our menus coming up just so that they are aware when they're administering the insulin for our diabetic students. In regard to some food service updates, so as of April 1st, our application got open in our PAIRS system to apply again for CEP, which is the community eligibility provision that provides universal free meals to all students at all schools. And so I am in the process of completing that application. It is due by the end of June. So that is something that I will be, putting the word out over the summer sometime as part of our beginning of the year packets for parents to know going into next year. And we'll also post information about it on our website under the cafeteria tab. So just a couple highlights to this. So under the National School Lunch Program, we do have to meet certain nutritional guidelines. And we have to offer, at least for lunch, for example, we have to offer 5 meal components. And the student, in order for us to have that be a reimbursable meal that I can claim for reimbursement, they have to pick at least 3 out of 5 meal components when they come through the line. So that's something that my staff is trained on every year, and now with the built-in Act 80 days, before we were just having them trained once a year, but now those Act 80 days are allowing us to be able to provide more training opportunities for my staff so that they can accurately identify what a reimbursable meal looks like when the students are coming through the line to make sure we're counting our meals and claiming our meals appropriately. So all this staff will be trained on that. All of the food that we serve in our cafeterias do meet the nutritional guidelines in terms of following the restrictions for calories, fat, sugar, and sodium. All of our snacks that we offer are considered Smart Snack compliant. So with Smart Snack compliance, again, you have to be within a certain calorie restriction as well as fat, sugar, and sodium. So everything you see, I would say high school has the most offerings, but we have opened up Smart Snacks to the other 3 schools. Special cookies, snack bags, and ice creams that are either lower fat, lower sugar content options that are available. And in regards to the Lunch and Learn model at the high school for next year, that will actually give us adequate time for the students to eat, of course. So at minimum, all the grade levels, they get 30 minutes minimum to eat. If they don't need any remediation, they could potentially take the full 60 minutes at the high school, come next year to have adequate time to eat. So that's something, that's good as well. And just to comment about how we're gonna try to get the students through in the best timely fashion we can with the whole Lunch and Learn, because when we did do our site visit, the general manager did tell me that even after doing it for 3 years, they do tend to come that first 20 minutes, all at one time. So we are gonna utilize pitch counters to expedite things. We're gonna try to open up a 3rd line eventually, so to have 3 checkout points instead of just 2 of what we currently have. We're also going to, just kind of condense our offerings a little bit, do more of the grab and go type meals, and so forth. So that'll all provide students with adequate time to eat. And then with our breakfast programs, we switched to grab and go style at our secondary schools, which has worked out pretty well. I know we took all year to kind of iron things out to make it as quick and as quick as possible so that they can get to homeroom in time in the morning and don't miss out on the announcements. So our numbers have stayed pretty good there for breakfast. They really haven't dipped at all. We've stayed hovering 140 to 150 breakfast meals per school. They kind of hover around the same. So our meal participation overall district-wide at breakfast is 33%. And then our lunch is up to 63%. So we're definitely happy about those numbers. And I would say, you know, moving forward, just looking into possibly offering grab and go options for all the schools, if that's something that, you know, we want to look into at the other schools as well, to see if that can also promote more participation at that specific time, since that's the lower of the two percentages. And then in terms of backpack buddies, we are hovering around 107 students who receive this each week. Thankfully, with the donation of the $10,000, as well as our the money we've earned from Giant Roundup at the Register, those two things have supported this to where we were able to provide those bags all year long and through the rest of this year. And actually, I'm gonna skip over the letter D here information because that will be talked about later on tonight. And I just wanted to mention that the USDA did release a final rule within the last couple weeks that over the course of the next 3 years, they are going to have us further restrict some of these nutrients, including the added sugars in our menus, the sodium, and you know, not that I necessarily need to go into detail on that, but they're spanning it. You don't have to do all these changes all at once. So come, you know, the beginning of this upcoming school year, I do not have to modify my menus that quickly. They are rolling it out in phases that span through the 2026-2027 school year. We don't have to modify too much actually in regards to milk specifically. We are already offering all fat-free and low-fat varieties, even with our flavored milks, so we don't have to make any adjustments there. Our whole grains, we already are maintaining that 80% of all the grains that we offer each week have to be whole grain, mainly in our bread. So all of our bread products for sandwiches, you know, breadsticks, so on and so forth, that is all whole grain. The only areas that we are just providing the white is in our rice and in our pasta, because the students don't care for that, so that's where we kind of even things out there. But bread they're okay with. Some future and ongoing work. So I have been in like a year-long process since we adapted to Primero Edge for everything that we do for the most part in regards to our POS system and, you know, menu analysis and all the different modules that we have, inventory production. I'm about a year into training on all these different modules and just getting that bulk data entry into the system. So that's going to be ongoing work for me specifically. And then in terms of any roundtable discussion topics, so it was brought to my attention by one of the police officers at the high school that students are inquiring about vending machines, which we absolutely can do. We just have to make sure, again, they're smart snack compliant, so whether that be snacks or beverages. So that's something that he and I are talking about on the side to see if that would be an option for us. Some snacks for state testing. Again, you know, some of these, like the PSSAs where we're serving, you know, this school at large, again, we have to make sure they're smart snack compliant. So this year, the middle school, instead of providing a separate snack, they opted to make sure everyone got a wholesome breakfast that day before the testing at Slavington Elementary. We did do snacks, but they went through the PTO, and a representative from the PTO was in contact with me to make sure what they were purchasing was, again, smart snack compliant. And just like, just to reiterate again, you know, all of our snacks, if you want to scroll down a little bit, Steve, are smart snack compliant that we offer a la carte. So again, you know, just any feedback from colleagues in different departments, just moving forward, trying to maybe have meetings on a more consistent basis, at minimum the start and the end of the school year. And I will be, communicating out future meeting dates, possibly either sticking with the night committee meetings like this or posting them earlier that maybe some of the nurses, phys ed teachers, and, other people, other faculty and staff can attend earlier on, most likely, rather than coming back in the evening. So that'll be determined when our next meeting will be held. I know that was a lot. If there's any specific questions regarding anything that I mentioned, I'd be happy to answer those.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. The next policy that's on here, again, this was only for review. On April 29th, Mr. Schneiderite, Mr. Briner, and I led the family engagement meeting that's focused on Title I. We typically go through all of the current documents that we have and then ask families if there's any updates. So we go through things like the compact, the qualifications of our teachers, the equity plan, and then each building needs to have its own Title I plan. So there's one for Peters and there's one for Slatington. And so we talk through that as well. This particular document that I'm going to open is the district-wide policy that oversees or is the umbrella of those plans. So some recommendations were obviously made in all of those documents for things that we can update. We'll update those documents for the 24-25 school year. And I'm just really right now opening this up since this is review. Does anyone have any suggestions for updates to the policy that the district has for Title I federal programs?
Hearing none.
All right.
All right. Any other agenda points for policy? All right. I'm closing policy and moving on to technology.
Can we just
No,
maybe
go
take
ahead.
a 2-minute break since we've
No.
been here so long? No, you don't want to? Okay, you can sit here. Anybody else over the day or wants to take a 2-minute break and welcome to do so?
Matt, are you ordering pizza?
This Matt.
technology committee meeting
No,
to
There was
order,
another big uprising.
call. Okay.
and I'll turn it over to Mr. Hill.
Okay, good evening, everybody. The first thing on the agenda is the Microsoft EES agreement. That's Microsoft Enrollment for Education Services. This is an agreement that we have to renew every 5 years. It's a consortium pricing through Lebanon Lancaster IU 13. They get really good state pricing for us on this. So this would be a new 5-year agreement starting on June 1st, 2024 to May 31st, 2029. Our current agreement runs out at the end of May, at the end of this month. So the quote for that, it did increase. It used to be about $14,500. It did increase to $15,702.30. And that would be for an agreement again for 5 years. And what that includes is that includes all of our Microsoft licenses. That is our Microsoft Office products for staff, students, all of our employees. It's also licenses for our, we use Microsoft Azure for logins and all that good stuff. So it's for that as well. It also includes our server licensing as well, so we can keep all of our servers up to date to the latest Microsoft products. And this is something that I include in my technology budget every year, so it is part of my budget. So does anybody have any questions about that? If not, I would like to have the permission to move that to the board agenda for Monday for approval. Okay, thank you. Okay, the next item I have on there is our summer Chromebook order. I have a quote there for 325 Chromebooks. It also includes 325 of the Chrome OS licenses and the 325 cases as well to hold the Chromebooks. This would be for what we do is what we have been doing is we've been this is for K to 8. We've been replenishing Chromebooks 2 grade levels per year is what we're doing. So this again would be 2 grade levels, and we want to replenish the Chromebooks for those grades. And again, this is something that is included in my technology budget. This is part of a yearly lease that we do. We typically do a lease for this. And next month, I will have that lease on there. We don't approve the lease until the budget's approved. So next month, I'll have, we'll get quotes for leases this month. And then next month, the lease will actually be on there. But the vendor will allow us to order these Chromebooks early. He said we can order them early. And then what they do is they bill us on July 1st. That way we get all the devices here. We can start setting them up over the summer. So again, this would be for 325 Chromebooks, licenses, and cases. And again, this is included in my technology budget. So does anybody have any questions about that? Okay, and I would like to move that forward, permission to move that forward to the board agenda Monday evening. Okay. Okay, thank you. And in addition to the lease, typically what I do as well is we also have part of the lease is we do projectors. We've been doing projectors every year. So what I have on there is a quote for 30 projectors and accessories. And it is a cost of $41,931.90. And these projectors would be to complete the, we've been updating the projectors in each building. This would complete Slatington Elementary. We still have some old Dell projectors there. We had most of the classrooms last year. This is kind of complete the rest of the building. There's a little, what I call like IPC rooms, things like that, like small instructional rooms. So we would like to complete the projectors there. This is also to complete the projectors at the high school because we did the high school a few years ago, but we had some newer Dell projectors in there at the time, so we kind of felt they weren't ready to replace yet. Now they're time to get rid of all the old Dell projectors. This would finally get all those old Dell projectors out of there. So this would be a combination of Slatington Elementary and the high school. And then we also have in this order as well, we have some, those are all interactive projectors, and we also have some standard projectors that would, again, go into some of the smaller rooms around those 2 buildings. So again, this is included in the yearly lease that we do, and this is included in my technology budget. We would order these now, and they wouldn't bill us until July 1st. That way we can get them in so we can start getting this fitted over the summer. Does anybody have any questions about that?
Just curious.
Yep.
All of those items, all of that will be ready for next year? You have enough
Yes.
resources and capacity to, so if we do it now, you get them in.
As long as we get them in, we will have them in. Yeah, our staff does a great job. Mr. Hawes and Mr. Kramer typically handle the projector installations along with the buildings and ground department. The maintenance actually goes around. We do is we organize with maintenance. They go and put any of the mounts up that we need to do. Although some of these, if you notice, there's not as many mounts on this one. I think we only had like 9 mounts that we're going to need. A lot of them actually we can reuse the old mounts. We always look at that ahead of time, so we don't order mounts unless we need to. So they put up the mounts we need, and then Mr. Kramer and Mr. Hawes go through and set them all up. So yeah, we can get them in as long as we get them on time. Yep.
Thanks.
Okay, so do we have permission to move that forward to the board meeting on Monday? Okay, thank you. And the last item I have on here is an E-rate update. We talked about E-rate this year because we have some E-rate projects going on. We have 2 categories. We have category 1, which is that's our fiber connections from Slatington Elementary to Peters Elementary, and then it also goes from Slatington Elementary to the IU. That's what they consider category 1. So we applied for E-rate funding, and again, this is this category 1, this is a 5-year contract that we already have. So we have received E-rate funding on this one every year, but we did receive our funding commitment letter decision, and we are going to, so the total cost of the E-rate for the year would be $22,698. We are receiving $18,158.40 in E-rate funding, so Northern Lehigh School District is only going to be paying $4,539.60 for that E-rate. So again, that is already in my budget, and that's already a contract. This is really informational, just so you guys know that we did get the funding. And the next one there is the category 2. Category 2 is like our network equipment, wiring, things like that, the firewall. So we had 2 category 2 projects this year that I applied for funding for, and we discussed this in the past, and we already had this actually on the board agendas that we would go through with the projects pending E-rate approval. So we did get E-rate approval, and this is the firewall and wireless projects. The total cost of those 2 projects is $279,342. We were notified that we are going to receive E-rate funding of $169,758.08. We are going to receive funding from E-rate. So we are responsible for, which is about what we estimated. I was estimating around $110,000, and it came almost identical. We are responsible for $109,583.92 of that, which is what I had estimated in past meetings. And Mrs. Molitoris has that in the budget presentations that she had she had about, I think, around $110,000 built into that presentation that she's been showing the last few months. So that's what we are going to receive for E-rate funding. Again, that's for informational purposes. Anybody have any questions about that? No? Okay, that's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, anyone have questions, concerns? Okay, then I will close the technology committee meeting and turn it over to Mr. Fedorcha for buildings and grounds.
I like to open the meeting up. And what? And we're going to spend more money, so let's. I'll turn it over to you, Chris.
Actually, opening is bus patrol contract, and I'll give it to Dr. Link.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mann. So we've been talking about the possibility of partnering with Bus Patrol in conjunction with our current transportation company, Christ Transportation. We've been talking about Bus Patrol over 2 years now. We had initially received approval tentatively to move forward, and we paused on that because there was some loopholes in the law which supported Bus Patrol, in which violators of the bus stop traffic laws could actually sue law enforcement personnel civilly if they could take them to court and challenge them and actually sue them as an individual, not under the law enforcement umbrella. Crazy that ever made it that far, but that actually did happen. That has now all been resolved through legislation. There's no longer a loophole there. We are recommending now, administration is recommending that the school board supports administration partnering with Bus Patrol for up to, and I'm not going to read through all of this, but what it comes down to is it would be $1,500 setup fee for each vehicle that we put this on, which is primarily our full-size buses, our 3/4 length bus, and a handful of mini buses and one lift van. And I'm looking at Mr. Wanamaker to make sure I got that accurate.
No lift vans, there's no vans.
No lift vans, okay, so a lift bus,
Correct.
a lift mini bus. Thank you, Mr. Wanamaker. It would be $1,500 setup fee for each one of those vehicles. This contract, let me scroll down here, identifies that we would be looking at 23 vehicles. I would like to propose that through several conversations with Mr. Wanamaker and the personnel at Christ Transportation, that we increase that to be up to 29 vehicles, because then that would cover all of the vehicles I just mentioned, including those ones that are more of like they could be like a cutaway van, a 3/4 cutaway bus, or one of the mini buses that go out of district to places like Circle of Seasons and some of our other out of district placements that could potentially, they may not actually be Northern Lehigh students, but we still have a responsibility for their safety and well-being. So it could be students going to like a charter school. We want all the children on our buses to be safe. This will add to that those safety protocols. So we're saying to increase that number to 29 if the board supports, at a cost of $1,500 per vehicle, which was originally, they quoted us at $2,000. Mr. Kreis and I were able to get them down to $1,500. And then I was able to work with Mr. Kreis, and he has pledged to cover half the price of each vehicle. So it would be $750 per vehicle to the district at a total cost, if we were to go with 29, of $21,750. And we have a way to pay for that through some recent developments, which you'll see in our overall in our overall budget transportation. So we can kind of explain that now. If you want to wait to the budget presentation a little bit later, we can do that as well. Just know that this money is in our proposed budget. And it is not, it's actually going to be a decrease from the last time you saw our proposed budget. And we'll explain how we were able to do that with some recent developments. This would be 14 cameras per bus, 7 external, 7 internal. External cameras would be to capture when the stop arm is out with the stop sign, anybody that's violating the bus stop traffic laws. Additionally, we will go from 1 camera, which are sometimes operational in our current fleet, to 7 cameras inside, which we can access from the server online. We don't have to go pull a drive from the vehicle and then plug it into one of the drive readers here that the principals have access to. That will be a game changer for us. For monitoring behaviors inside the bus, for conducting investigations, as well as, God forbid, there was an incident on the bus, an accident, we can actually, the cameras have an audio component, 2-way, where we could actually speak over the cameras to the children on the buses. That's a game changer. Administration is firmly recommending that we move forward with this arrangement. That being said, I'll open it up for questions.
I have a question now. How long is our contract good for with this bus company?
So you'll see, and if you recall in some of the updates, this current one would sunset in, I believe, 2 years. We're actually going to propose through kind of all of this that we extend that out to 2029 to lock in some rates out to 2029 with Christ Transportation.
Yeah, we just be concerned about paying for something that we might not have in a couple of years. That's why I was asking when the contract would be.
Yeah. I will say that everything that Christ Transportation has said they would do, and I'll look to Mr. Wanamaker to verify this as our transportation coordinator, that they said they would do, they have at least done, if not more, with our current. And then for them to step up and say that they would cover half the cost of the cameras, I respect that, I appreciate that, they're looking at it through the lens as well, that it's a protection for all their drivers on the road.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's a good
Do those
question.
cameras require any kind of like internet base, or are they, since you said you can access them?
So it's all like cellular based.
Okay.
Yes.
So we don't have to put
Nope.
internet on the buses, I guess.
Nope, we do
Going
not.
back to that conversation.
They are all, each camera is cellular based, and if one of them goes down, it doesn't mean they all go down.
And it's their own system, so yeah, we're not installing anything there ourselves. This is all through the bus patrol. They handle all that themselves.
So technically, who owns the cameras? Does the bus company own them, or do we own them?
So technically, we would own them, but they're being installed. Actually, I guess they would be owned jointly between the district and Christ Transportation, but they're being installed on buses by Christ that are owned by Christ Transportation, which involves drilling of their
Drilling holes
buses.
and- yeah.
So if they would want to sell those buses, then they have to remove everything and then patch those holes, which is at a cost to them. So that was where some of the negotiating came in between Bus Patrol, Christ Transportation, and the school district, kind of working through what that would all look like.
So then is the contract written for all three parties?
The contract's actually written between Bus Patrol and the school district, because only school districts can partner to be part of this legislation to be able to approve Bus Patrol to issue the fine. And because we have our own police department, it looks like our police force, the Northern Lehigh Police Department, will be the ones that will be authorized to issue to approve and issue the citations. So then every citation affords the law enforcement department $25. So since we have our own law enforcement department, those $25 will go right to the Northern Lehigh Police Department instead of going to Walnut, Slatington, or PSP.
That was gonna be my next question. I know sometimes when we would go out and suggest that somebody ran through a stop sign and here's proof, sometimes they would not go and do that investigation. So I'm glad to hear that if we do this, it comes back internally, and it's something that we're doing for the safety of our students.
Yeah, and for similar districts, the amount of citations per week, per month varies. But the one constant was it's about a 90-second to 3-minute review by the law enforcement officer, because they have multiple videos to watch. They have the still frame cameras, the videos to review and see if it was actually a citation or not.
Is that up to the driver to report, or is that something that, like
No,
a
so
red
what-
light goes off to
if
say,
it
oh,
ha-
it happened?
If it happens, everything's automatic, right? AI, everything's automatic. Then that actually sends what is called a package to Bus Patrol. Bus Patrol does an initial review, and then they send it to the law enforcement department. It all happens automatically.
So then,
So there's no burden on the bus driver to report.
perfect.
Yes.
And then the other question I have is, how does that work with videos going to Bus Patrol, who's an outside agency, for students who are part of those videos? Is that something that
So
we have
we-
to have policy in for?
Sure, so we actually own them, 100%. The legislation allows for it to do a pass-through through the bus company. And if anybody would want to request a video, they would actually have to go through the right to know process.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I just,
Yep. No,
all
very-
those coming
all-
up are
they
questions
are
that come to mind then.
All the questions we asked sitting at the table with Bus Patrol.
Glad you have the answers, thank you.
No, Mr. Wanamaker, I know you came in just for this topic. Thank you for that. Is there anything you would like to add?
No, just to really push for the 29, just to understand is we use 15 buses is what we have for our buildings a day.
Full-size.
Full-size buses. So if you have a field trip, if you have sport events, and like right now there's 2 buses that are out for repair. Today we use 26. of those 29 buses. Tomorrow, we're gonna use 28 of them. So I think that, to me, is why I think 29 makes sense, because between sports trips and field trips, that if those are going on during the day or while we're doing our other transportation for our in-building students, you know, we need to know where those buses are. We need to have the same protections on those buses, no matter where they are.
Thank you.
So I'm asking if the board members on the committee support us moving forward with placing this as an item on the May agenda.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you to Chris Transportation also for helping us get this in. It means a lot, knowing safety for their employees as well as safety for our students.
Absolutely.
It's a good step for them. Thank you.
I will relay that message to Mr. Kreis. Thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone? Okay, moving on then, we're going to go back to you, Mr. Mann.
All right, thank you. On last Monday, the KPN, Keystone Purchasing Network, opened the bids for fuel. They gave us 24 hours, sent us back the pricing. We sat down on Tuesday afternoon, I think it was sometime, went over and we picked our fuel numbers, and this is pretty much what we were left with. So the fuel tank transport, which is all the fuel that goes to the major schools, are all our buildings. That came in at $2.5880 per gallon. The next one then is our tank wagon. That's the truck that brings the fuel to the field house. That came in higher because that's actually not as much. Your tank transports are 7,500 gallons and above. Your tank wagon is 7,500s and below. So they can't transport as much, so that's a higher price. Our diesel came in at $3.0777 per gallon, and our unleaded came in at $2.8896 per gallon. That's pretty much what we have for fuel.
How's it compare to last year?
It increased. Well, actually, the transport is about the same. The wagon went up a couple cents. Gas went up a couple cents. Diesel was actually relatively close to the same. It didn't go up as much. I can get actual numbers if you'd like.
No, I was just curious.
But it was close. I think, Sherry, we did look at it. It wasn't that much compared to last year.
No. Thank you. Okay.
And then, so moving on. So the Public School Facility Improvement Grant is the grant that I had brought up a couple meetings ago about replacing the tile in the high school. So we're coming down to the point where I need approval. They need, along in the grant paperwork, a matching funds commitment letter. So the grant would give us 75%. We need to come up with the last 25%. The numbers we're looking at now are about $850,000 to $1 million. So we'd be close to $250,000 is what we'd be looking at. Again, everything right now are just quotes and estimates. Nothing's in stone. For the grant, they don't require anything 100%. They just want an estimate right now. Once we get the money and they approve us to get the money for the grant, then we actually have to go out and get 100% quotes. We would know then exactly how much we would be for our 25%.
When you say tiles, like floor tiles, is that what we're?
Yes. So the mastic, which is the back of the tiles for the high school, is actually asbestos.
Yep.
That was going to be my question.
Yes.
So is there an extra, that was gonna, because that's where I was going, that's why I asked where we're talking. Is that in this quote, the 200, estimated 250?
Yes, so this.
So that would
for-
take care of removing
Yep.
it and putting new in?
Correct.
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
So for the grant, if we are
Yep.
approved and picked to be one of the schools, that would be for the removal, the disposal, and the install of a new flooring in the the ground floor where the cafeteria is in the third floor. The first floor, a lot of that's the ceramic tiles and was done in the last renovation for the science.
As long as the asbestos is taken.
Yes, yep.
it would also include all the lab testing throughout.
Correct, yes. Yes, so there's air sampling involved, that it would cover all that.
So, Mr. Mann,
would there be any new floor installed on the first level, the level where the offices are?
Not right now.
Okay.
No, so it's just, I actually had the tile tested because this grant will cover asbestos or lead. And not like it actually sounds good, but I actually was hoping that there would be lead in the ceramic tile so that we could get everything done at once, but it's not. So unfortunate, unless we would want to then cover the first floor, it would not be covered in this grant.
And I would ask the school board to consider that as we progress through it. If you've seen the discolorization in those old, now kind of light orange tiles. I don't, yeah.
Still the same. As soon as I saw that on the board, I went like this, I'm like, right. That's why I asked.
My point for bringing that up is we may not have an opportunity like this again, where we can have 75% of the bulk of the work paid for, and then at the same time to be able to say if we're going to do it, let's, whether it is a fund balance option or we can find grant monies somewhere else, to say that we're also going to make it look. I know we've had a lot of conversations about how our buildings look aesthetically, inside and outside. Not looking for any sort of commitment for that. I'm just saying, please consider that as we move through the process.
So the only thing I'm asking for is to allow us to have that letter, that commitment letter saying that, yes, we're committed to giving our 25% of whatever the actual cost would be. So I'd like to move that to Monday to approve that commitment letter.
So you're looking, this would be a project for next summer?
It could be actually next 2 summers.
Okay.
Yes, that was one of our questions because we didn't know at the time how long it would take to remove the asbestos, because there has to be air sampling done, and then start the process of putting down new flooring. So that was one of our first questions. And with this grant, they realize that most schools only do the bulk of their work over the summer, so they're going to allow 2 summers.
Okay.
And just minimum grant is $500,000, correct?
That's the minimum.
The minimum.
Yes.
So then, I'm just looking at numbers, my math, 25%, even if we get the minimum, got it. Just so I have that, thank you.
Mr. Mann and I had the opportunity to go visit one of the Whitaker labs over at Lehigh University. They did their entire ground level in this. It took them 3 days to install it. Because they pour it in and then it sets. And I kept asking their director of facilities, you turned all this around in 3 days. They assured me several times.
They did.
Yeah.
So what Dr. Lynn's talking about is we're looking into doing, actually it's an epoxy resin flooring instead of regular tile. It's more durable. It eliminates waxing every summer. It eliminates stripping of the floors every summer. The repair on the floor, as he was saying, it's not 100%, but if they would scratch the floor, they can come out. They reapply epoxy to that scratch, and it disappears.
Is it slippery?
There's different, so that was one of our questions too. So around the doors, they allow it to be more gritty. They don't sand it down as much, but then all our steps and stairs going upstairs, they can keep that grit so that it allows so that you don't slip and fall. Yep. And then there's different levels. So around the doors, they keep it, I don't remember, a 2 or something, and then it goes down from there to the regular hallway is not as gritty as the front, so it's easier to clean then.
You think this is a good idea?
All kinds of different colors. If we get this
Can we choose
grant.
not orange?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so they could get orange again.
The research showed that orange at that time, I remember when the building was built, because I asked that orange question too, why orange? It's supposed to be conducive to a relaxing school environment.
And so was open concept.
Right, yeah. What color is good for
lunch and learn.
I always go, hold on, we're all in it, let's go. Total school.
Are we in Northampton now or what?
I think orange might be in it, but there was 27 other possibilities. We were kind of looking more neutral, Dr. Lincoln, myself,
going
tans,
neutral.
light browns, I believe.
Gray.
Was in the one that we were seeing. They do have one that's actually blue, gray, and white, but it would be, I don't know how it would look on a floor.
Not white.
So,
So I'm thinking I'm hearing that the committee supports the letter of commitment.
Yes.
it's
Next
all,
step.
it's just a letter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you need anything for the fuel bids? Does that need to go on, or is that automatically on? I don't know if you needed a motion or not.
That automatically goes on the board agenda for approval, but it's always after the fact, because we have a standing motion that when that comes in, we can
That's what I
lock in,
thought.
because we have to lock in, but it just so happens that this year, they're giving us a longer period of
Right.
time, so.
Okay. I thought there was something about that.
Yep.
Perfect, thank you.
Moving on then?
Yes.
Okay, yes, please, I will start moving.
Man, we're spending money tonight.
Don't forget, it's for anyone.
Eyes twitching.
Okay, so recently, we brought in front of the board the request for approval to go out for a request for proposals for a comprehensive feasibility study. The board granted us our permission to go out for that request, and I guess now 2 Fridays ago, I believe, we received 3 proposals from 3 different firms. Those proposals are on the at each end of the table, and there was also a set out on the table where the guests come in. I'm going to reference those proposals for the next couple minutes here. So here are the 3 firms: Alloy 5, EI Associates, and KCBA Architects. Kind of a very high-level firm profiles. Alloy 5 is the kind of youngest firm with 9 years, and then EI Associates being the highest, KCBA at 52 years. The most local is Alloy 5. They're on Broad Street down in Bethlehem. EI Associates is out of Harrisburg, and KCBA Architects has the closest offices out of Center Valley. Lead contacts are listed across the bottom there, and they're pretty much, the first one is one of the principal architects, one of the founding members of the firm. Bronson Stone is a retired superintendent who now works with EI Associates, making connections with school districts. And then Michael Kelly is one of the founding members of KCBA. Those would be our lead contacts moving forward. Each firm works with consultants for part of the feasibility study. Alloy 5, they would only work with the McClure company. They can do the rest of it in-house. EI Associates works with a handful of consultants there, being listed under their heading there. And KCBA works with 2 associates, or 2 consultants, being Snyder Hoffman Associates, for like the engineering aspects of the feasibility study. And then Future Think, they had Future Think listed as working with kitchens, so like industrial kitchen, school facility kitchens. Time frame is pretty close for all 3 firms, Alloy 5 being at 5 months, EI Associates being at 5, and KCBA being at 4 months. Components, so the main components common among each firm, and they vary a little bit, which gets much more in detail in the weeds in their proposals, which are available. Each one will conduct a comprehensive facilities assessment for our 4 schools, the district office, and the Stadium Fieldhouse bus terminal complex. Each firm will conduct an enrollment analysis, sometimes called a building capacity projections. Each firm will solicit stakeholder input, so not even just like our current employees, students, if we give them permission to meet with our students, and then also other stakeholders external to the district, so community members. And then each one will propose options for the school board to consider if they are the selected firm to complete the study. So fees and compensation. Each firm has kind of fees outside the actual proposal for the study and the feasibility study and the enrollment projections or building capacities. And then you'll see that each firm will also offer a fee to come back and do a 5-year update. Alloy 5, they said they would charge us $100 for each binder that they produce for the resulting proposal. So kind of something like you see there. Each one of those with their full recommendations, they would charge us $100 for, basically printing. EI Associates will charge us for things like the mileage, the postage, the hand delivery of materials, photographs, etc. KCBA will be charging us for things like travel, printing, express delivery services. Alloy 5 would also, okay, it is listed there, they would also travel for the mileage and the printing. They said there would be no travel because they wouldn't need to stay over because they're in the Lehigh Valley. They're right down at Broad Street. I suspect probably the same for KCBA if they're sending people out of their Center Valley office. So the cost, considering the facilities assessments, the enrollment analysis, and the 5-year update. Alloy 5 would charge $8,800 for the facilities assessment and the enrollment study, and then $5,200 for a 5-year update. EI Associates, $12,500, another $10,000 for the 5-year update, and then separately, $9,500 for the enrollment study. KCBA, $14,860, $5,200 for the 5-year update, and $7,500 for the enrollment study on top of the feasibility study. Administrative recommendation is for the school board to approve Alloy 5. We feel that they are the most cost effective, they are local, and then once we kind of narrowed it down for those reasons, I went and talked to the superintendent of Parkland, the superintendent of Bethlehem, and the superintendent of Northwestern Lehigh, 3 local districts which they've all done, they've done the feasibility studies for, as well as the enrollment projections. Each superintendent had nothing but good things to say about them, and they said they had no regrets partnering with them, and they would recommend them to another school district. So that's kind of like the snapshot of everything. I'm happy to answer any questions or to listen to any input from the school board members this evening. And this is all stuff that you had available to you in last Friday's board update.
Would we be approving this Monday night then?
For the feasibility study,
Right.
including the enrollment, yes.
And when would that start then?
They would say, I did ask him if the board supports this. He said they could have a contract for the board for this upcoming Monday and available to be here to answer any questions or just kind of share a little bit more about the firm this upcoming Monday. And they would start pretty much right away. The bulk of the work would happen this summer when the buildings are mostly vacant. Each firm did do a walkthrough of all of our buildings, but they would really they would engage right away.
Did Alloy 5 just do Parkland's feasibility study? They were the most recent?
Yeah. I don't know if Parkland's comprehensive district-wide one was, or the Fountain Hill building elementary school for Bethlehem. They were both very recent.
Got it.
Is McClure like we've already done our projects and things here?
I'm sorry, ask again.
Is McClure the company that we're already aware of, so that would in a way help?
Yeah,
correct?
I'm comfortable with McClure particularly. I like that one. I saw
Yeah.
that there. I support this.
So would McClure do the, so feasibility study goes, is McClure coming to do the walkthrough of the building? And then would we be required to use McClure to do the repairs? Or if they make a recommendation, do we have to use McClure to do that recommendation, or can those go back out to bid again?
I think if we were to do something on a very large scale, everything's gonna have to go out to bid.
So this doesn't, I guess that's this doesn't lock us into having McClure do the work.
That is my understanding, because when you're gonna do a renovation or even potentially a new building project, we're talking about dollar amounts where we have to go out to bid.
Sure.
I will get 100% clarification on that, and that's something we could actually ask them if you would want them to come in Monday evening, just to give a little presentation. But yes, Mrs. Culp, McClure would be here primarily looking at things like all of our mechanical type of stuff, HVAC, lighting, kind of anything that has to do with engineering. That would be their concern as the architects.
So if they come back and tell us that we have to change something that they just didn't know.
They're gonna tell us they put solar in is what they're gonna do, man.
Something interesting, reading the book that was just laying here from Alloy 5, one of the employees is an ex-Northern Lehigh student, Chris Reed.
Oh, yeah?
Mhm.
I know why the name's related.
So I'm looking to see if the board members on the committee support bringing a contract from Alloy 5 for Monday night.
What was the dollar amount again?
Sure.
8,000?
Okay. Yep, I'm
8,022 and 22,160.
And then, I sorry, one more question. The 5-year update, can you explain what that, is that redoing it again in 5 years, or is that something else to that?
So that's to come back and say, okay, again, here's any new recommendations for your facilities, or if has been any significant variations in the enrollment trends.
Okay.
And Mark was good, Parkland, it was good with?
Very, very good. I spoke to him again as Reese, because I had him captive on a bus for about an hour and a half today.
Good for you.
So I asked him again, and he said he's extremely happy with the work they've done so far. And then my next, I will reach out to them early tomorrow morning and let them know. Would the school board like them to be at the meeting Monday evening?
I don't need to have these things.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not hearing that you want them here, so I will let them know that. If that changes, please reach out to me and let me know. They said they will, they have it blocked out on their calendar. Okay, thank you. And pole vault pits.
What about the baseball
Baseball,
softball?
softball.
renovation?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss some?
I don't think it was there.
Is that the other agenda? Because I
Yeah.
saw that on Twitter.
Yeah, we decided to
Okay.
put that on
Sounds good.
the ECC agenda.
Okay.
Yes. Mr. Mann?
So the new pole vault pits came. So luckily it was a beautiful day out. Maintenance was able to put them right in place. So we took a couple pictures just to show you the new pits.
And Mr. Geist, anything you would like to add? How are they? I know we've hosted several home track meets since then. Everything going as planned?
Yeah, everything went as planned. We, much needed that, the old pit was at least 20 years old, so it was not dry rotting straps. So working with Chris, we're looking to secure to the field itself so it doesn't become a sale during some minor league events.
Good idea. Any questions on the pits? Okay. Next, I would like to hopefully get the support of this committee again to host Drum Corps International in August, right before their competition down at J. Bernie Crum. I think you're all familiar with this. We've been doing it for more than a handful of years now. Although our band director, Mr. Carroll, is retiring, he said he would love to come back as a volunteer and help kind of facilitate this. Everybody that helps facilitate this from the band side of things are volunteers. I do know that our Building and Grounds Committee, our crew does an excellent job while they're here as well. It would again be, in Mr. Carroll's words, we only take the best of the best of the best, or we only host them. So he has, if the committee and the board supports, arranged for the Boston Crusaders to be here again, which are, world champions several times over.
It's always been such a good thing,
Yeah.
and for the community too.
Yes.
Is that something that'll also be run through the NFHS network again?
We could. I don't believe we did that last time. I think we just opened up the stadium. But I'm looking to Mr. Geis. If we
We
could.
can set it up, I just need times.
Yeah.
Easily set that up.
Just another opportunity for the community to
Yeah.
see it if they can't be in person.
Yes, we can make that happen. And again, I would just like to point out that they always ensure that each one of our band members receives a free ticket to go down to watch the actual competition that evening in J. Bernie Crum. So.
And it's amazing in those competitions what they do. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
So this will be on we always put this on the board agenda because we have to ask for a variance because they will be here on times when the school district is traditionally closed for the three-day weekend. Thank you. And that concludes that, and we will now move into the finance agenda if Mr. Fedorchis so says.
I will close the meeting and turn it over to you. Go.
That's actually, this is an old agenda. We're gonna do that on the ECC committee tonight.
All
So
right,
tonight.
hello
Okay.
again. I will try to be brief. As I said before, I am in the middle of my administrative review, AKA audit right now. We had a off-site and on-site portion to this. The on-site portion was back in the beginning of April, where the auditor came and, just kind of monitored, was with us from all throughout our breakfast services and lunch. And overall, we're doing a great job in the food service department as a whole. There was a couple corrective action items that I am currently working on that are due by the end of this month. For example, one of those things is our civil rights complaints policy is outdated, so I will be working with Tanya and myself to get that updated and posted in board docs. And then also, since we started to utilize our pitch counters, one of the corrective action items is that I am to type up a procedure and proper meal counting and claiming in regards to, so essentially for our breakfasts with being grab and go, and us switching to pitch counters. When I applied for CEP originally at the start of the school year, you have to select, how you're gonna count and claim your meals. And I had put in our application that we were gonna utilize our POS system, our Primero Edge, that we pay for annually, which is true for at our lunch services. However, when we switched to grab and go breakfast, I had to, at that point, go back into my application and update it, revise it, and essentially get approval to do so. You can do that under CEP to get your meal counts, it's just I had to go back and do that. So I did correct that one already. Also another example of what I'm working on right now is in the future, anytime we are looking to purchase a piece of food service specific equipment, we have to submit a capital expenditure request if it is more than $5,000. And speaking of equipment, I kind of put on hold our high school dishwasher project for right now. I have received more recent quotes for that. However, our more immediate need is actually at the middle school. Their steamer, their one and only steamer, has been having kind of on and off again issues for a year and a half or so that we've been kind of like putting Band-Aids on. So I'm switching gears and focusing, looking into replacing that potentially. And Chris Mann has been providing me like a price list through the Keystone Purchasing Group. Is that my understanding? And prices for those range pretty drastically, from like 7,000 on the low end to like 30,000. So I will, you know, be talking with you again, Chris, hopefully, so we can figure out, you know, what I guess level of a steamer is needed specifically for our population over at the middle school, to further get quotes on that. Speaking of equipment, the Department of Ed, Food and Nutrition, puts out an annual grant for food service equipment. We actually applied for this back in October. They finally released, but unfortunately we did not get selected for those grant funds. But you know, we're hopeful in the future that we'll just, you know, keep applying every year, and that one of these upcoming years we'll get lucky for that.
I've applied 10 years, I just can't get that one.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, she gets all the others.
One of these years, come on.
I know every year since I've been here, we've been going for the heavy hitter, like dishwashers, which are probably the more expensive. I'm like, maybe I should start, you know, considering a lesser expensive piece of equipment. I don't know, maybe that's the ticket, but, and then lastly, as I mentioned before during the Wellness Committee, I am currently applying for CEP again, and just wanted to mention that every year you have the option to just continue your ISP percentage that you enter into pairs. So ISP is your identified student percentage. So CEP is all about our direct certification students who are, you know, under TANF, SNAP, Medicaid, and you could reassess that again to see if your ISP rate goes up, which ours did. So we originally started 2 years ago when I first applied for CEP at 43% of our enrollment. We are now, as of this past April 1st, they want you to run your information based off of April 1st of every year. We are up to 51% district-wide. So I am gonna decide to recalculate again, and every time you do that, you actually start over your 4-year cycle. So we would technically next year be going into year 3 based on our original year that we applied for the program, but when I input the new information with the 51%, that will do a reset again, and this upcoming year will be year 1, and we're locked in for a total of 4 years. So, so yeah, that's pretty much it for my portion of the Finance Committee meeting. Any questions on any of that, or?
No, just pray the equipment keeps going.
Yeah.
You know, no. Thank you, Nikki.
Are we able to not upgrade the dishwasher? I thought that was a pretty critical item during your conversations before. To hear that we're thinking about putting it on hold because something else came up is a concern. That what is the age of all this equipment, and what should we be thinking of as a board, and do we have the right equipment maintenance program in place, and what are we looking at? Because at the end of the day, the students need to be fed, and that's important.
Yeah.
As much as the education of our,
Yeah.
that part of it too, so just curious where we
So
are.
we have a good portion of the funds, for if we were to purchase a dishwasher. We would be able to cover the majority of the cost out of the food service budget. However, like the reason why I've been going back and forth is because, you know, with the whole lunch and learn model for next year, there was just so many other outside factors, you know, not that we don't need a dishwasher, we definitely do, but we were considering, oh, what if high school goes on foam trays instead of, you know, regular trays? Well then, is that gonna be a priority for the future? Because if we transition to that, then, you know, we would still need some level of a dishwasher, just maybe not the level that we were originally going back and forth quoting. That would, so depending on like how many trays you're feeding through it at a time determines what level of a dishwasher you need. So if, you know, we were cutting back on using our trays and going, you know, to foam trays, then that was kind of up in the air for a while. But we are gonna try to utilize the trays that we have and cut down on paper as much as we can. So now we're back to, you know, I'm still communicating about the dishwasher, but the steamer has just been, unfortunately, like an ongoing issue that like every week something is happening with it. I don't know off the top of my head how old the steamer is. I know it's probably at least 10 years old, but the dishwashers are the oldest pieces of equipment we have, both at Peters Elementary and high school. They're 43 plus years old, each of them. So
I'd love to
we kind of
see-
need it all, to be honest
Well,
with you.
that's
but-
kind of what I'm going at. Like, I'd love to see whatever that equipment maintenance program is, that's something that we're talking about at the board level, that we gotta get you a plan, because you shouldn't be putting Band-Aids on this stuff, but at the same time, we can't afford,
Everything.
you know, $300,000 in 1 year, but what does that look like, and what is that plan of all your equipment? You're gonna have things that break, don't get me wrong, it's like our home dishwasher, right? Breaks, but we gotta get a plan in place for that. That's not fair to
Yeah.
you and your team out there.
Can you get info on a steamer then, as far as?
Yeah, I just did a, well, I shouldn't say Chris did like a preliminary search through the Keystone Purchasing Group for pricing, and like I said, it's like all over the map depending on the size and level that you want, so.
Well, find out what you need.
Yeah.
Let the board know, and we can, you know, see what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
You can go home now. Thanks, Nikki.
Thanks.
Student accident insurance, is that you, Sherry?
Yep, this is gonna be really quick. 22-23 through 23-24, we locked in with Bollinger. We switched from our current provider for student accident insurance, and it was a savings of probably close to $5,000 at that point in time for 2 years. It was $17,880 each of the 2 years. They came back with a quote this year, which is good for the next 2 years at $14,880. So it's a $3,000 decrease. We're not having any issues with Bollinger. I like them. They're receptive. We've had no, I mean, I've had a claim. They've processed it. I like them. So recommendation is to move forward with Bollinger again. And if the board so agrees, that will go on the board agenda Monday evening for approval.
Anybody have any objections? No. Go ahead.
Told you I was quick. You're up.
Yes. So I brought in front of the board, this committee and the board, information about Cook Center for Human Connection as a way to further support our students, and now also more directly their parents, for kind of therapy type services that would be available 24/7, 365, depending on the package level that we, you know, if the board supports, that we select. This would also come with the kind of free videos that are available up on our website, as well then as, if we wanted to, more in-depth videos at a cost of $1,500. So this is where we are in the quote, $1,500 for each video. They're quoting 12. If the board supports moving forward with this, I would recommend that we try 6 first and maybe do like every other month release. We are also recommending here, this is a 24/7 text capability with 24-hour response time, 30-minute live calls with a coach. This would be direct support to parents as they're trying to support their sons and daughters. This is based on enrollment. For a district our size, this would be $10,000. And honestly, at this point, I'm kind of recommending that we don't go with the professional development type services, and we look more, because we have a lot of other ways that we're supporting kind of our faculty with mental health type interventions. And we also have a great connection with Knowlton Diagnostic right here in our schools, supporting our students in our schools. So I am based off of this quote, I am asking the support of the committee to be able to go back and say, please revise this for the first line there to go down to 6 of the virtual mental health events to parentguidance.org, which would reduce that to $9,000. I am requesting support for the $10,000 line item, which is that direct support for parents whenever they would need to get hold of someone to help them work through an issue with their sons or daughters. And then also, I'm recommending that we do not do the professional development for mental health supports through Cook Center for Human Connection.
Well, how often do you think folks would they do it?
So I spoke to another local superintendent, or a superintendent out closer to the far side of Berks County, and they said they are using them. Parents coming in and actually, using the 24/7 text capability, and they are also attending the virtual mental health event, parentguidance.org. A lot of what they're doing is like they're actually hosting like a viewing party for it, where people are watching it live on their own screens, but they can interact, through different things like Zoom and Google Meet. And that parents and guardians are actually accessing the unlimited family coaching. Could not put a frequency count on that though.
We wouldn't know about that, correct? Like that's, like if somebody would go to use that coaching,
We would not.
we don't get a report that
No,
would say.
we would not know, and we
you
would
had
not
10
ask.
students
At best,
use it or
I could
10 parents.
at best I could ask Cook Center for Human Connection, like what's the volume that you're getting, but that's all I would be able to know.
And then is there an escalation that if they're doing coaching and they find that it's something, I don't want to use like safe to say, but something to that level, right? Is there some responsibility to escalate on their side?
There is, the way it's currently written, there would be no obligation for them to contact us and say that so-and-so is doing whatever X, Y, or Z is.
Yeah.
That's more, like you said, the safe to say tip line.
And they don't have there's no,
Like, do they have the
do they
role?
have to do that? Like, is that part of their role?
They would be bound to follow what any other therapist is to follow, which is kind of imminent danger to self or others.
Yep, okay. And then, the videos, are those, when it says a virtual event, are they repeatable? So if it happens
Yes.
today, and I can't make it today, can I see it tomorrow?
Yes, it becomes cataloged then.
And then we have access to them for like a calendar year or something? Or,
I believe we just have access to them as long as we have the contract with them.
okay.
What kind of marketing are you gonna do to parents or kids
So
for
they
this?
will actually help us with the marketing part of it to get the word out to everyone. They have materials for that.
I'm curious on the professional development side for the staff on the virtual. I know we have other avenues and things like that. Just curious what that would be and why we wouldn't offer that as an additional
It would
cost
be
to them.
more along the lines of kind of look fors, right? Kind of like what are we looking for to say the student may need some additional support. We do have that through everything from our Safe Schools to our work with the BCIU, to our counselors, to our social workers, and to Knowlton Diagnostic, who's also working collaboratively with us and at times actually offers the suicide awareness and prevention training. We actually have that virtually through some of our online platforms, but then we also bring in a live trainer as well to do that, whose name escapes me right now. I can't think of her name. But she's a direct affiliate of Knowlton Diagnostic.
Peacock.
Dr. Peacock, yes.
So you're looking at what, 19,000 then instead of the 30,000? Is that what you're?
Yes. Yes.
Just want to make sure.
Where's it coming from in the budget?
So we have this built into the budget for the upcoming school year.
Yeah, I have it built in actually because the first quote that we had originally was $34,000. So that's currently what I have in the budget. But I'm going to be able to back that out now, and I'll back that out for the June budget.
So
I'm almost looking to add that professional development for the staff. It's a function that's there. I think it's another level of help for the staff that may or may not need it. But I believe mental health and some of these events are escalating and very critical. And our staff, they deal with a lot of really hard things. And I think it would be one additional level of support. So I would be in support of, if we do go with this, to add the 2,000 professional development.
Availability at least. I agree.
Well, we can do it if that's the will of the board. Then we can report back maybe 6 months into it and in the end of the year to see if that is something that we would want to continue, if we were to continue with any of the components.
Yeah, I would just hope the utilization will be there. That's my only concern, is will it be used?
I think a lot, and I'll look to the other administrators in the room, a lot of the times so we have our students with us 180 days a year, about 7 hours a day. They spend a significant amount of time with us when we can give direct support to them. When we have conversations with parents and guardians, sometimes they're saying, what do I do at home? Or if my son or daughter escalates at home, what should we be doing? And for them to have, in that moment, support, it was kind of like an aha moment for us. Like, what can we do to better support the parents, to support the children?
Okay, that was my only concern,
I think it's important making sure that we do have all forms of access to inform staff and parents that we have this available. I mean, I really think it's important to have that out there wherever we can spread it.
We had 2 conversations with parents in the past 2 days where this would have been a great tool to have for them.
Good.
Mr. Hauser unfortunately was not able to join us this evening. I'm sorry?
No, it's not. He's not there. No. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, he's not here. But I know he spoke to parents about it at Coffee and Conversation. Were you there that evening? Or Mr. Stroll?
I was
Any? Yep. And any? I don't know how the conversation went that evening.
My concern was, I'm gonna say the series, like which ones, like I was concerned, like what is, like when they watch those, like what is actually being like taught, or what, like how can I say, like certain subjects we were talking about. I mean, there's some subjects that I would be like, what they're recommending or what they're talking about, as a parent, do I agree? So I wish I could see what one of those videos would be before I could say, yeah, I agree with this. Because, my point of view of something might be different than yours. And if you're telling my child or my, a parent something, I might be like, yeah, I'm click. I'm not going to watch this.
Well,
that was my only concern, that I wish I could see one of those.
So, and I think that's the great thing about it. Parents have choice.
Yeah.
And if they decide they don't like the message there, they don't need to participate.
Right.
Or they don't need to watch the live version, but they can watch, they can screen then once it's posted to the archives. So, Mr. Stroll?
The availability of it is great. The only other thing is like the marketing of it, getting it out there. The website is great, but I think I have like an example. Maybe we can put like the icon in our our email signature, so that it's we're sending emails to parents sometimes. They can just see it.
So I will ask for a revised quote if the committee, board members on the committee here are comfortable with that, and then can share that out in this Friday's update, and then also put it on the agenda for Monday evening. And if you have additional questions Monday evening, happy to have another conversation about it on the agenda that evening.
I would recommend that you add the 2,000 into that quote, because I think legally, if we decide to take it away, we can, but if we decide to add it, I'm not sure we can. So just to be on the safe side, I will put that in. Okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not sure I'm agreeing with it, I'm just trying to be safe, so.
Yes, and so I will adjust it accordingly. And we'll go from there. And again, like I said, it can be, ultimately you still have Monday night for the final decision, to cast your vote.
All right, so I did do a board update on this, but just to refresh, our recent CD matured the end of April, mid to end of April. We did realize $238,269 in revenue from that CD. I did roll that $8 million right over into another 7-month CD. Nest Bank did give us 5%, so at November 14th, we will have revenue of $232,079 for that investment in that CD. Depending on what the rates are at that point in time, I'll decide if I'm going to reinvest again. But kind of as July and August are right around the corner and tax revenues are going to start to come in, I will also look at investing some of that in another short-term CD to kind of, while the market's still in our favor right now, do as much as we can before it turns the other way. So.
Are you getting any numbers on a longer one, Sherry, a 2-year, for example? Or
they're not as good as the 7 months.
That's what I thought the answer would be, because they're not sure either which way it's going to go.
Correct. About 7 months to 12 months is the highest,
That's the
the
sweet
highest
spot,
level,
yeah.
and then they start to go the other way. So it doesn't make sense to tie up our money for a
Yep,
longer
I
period
agree.
of time
Thank
for
you.
less interest. Yep.
Do you think we can get a fair amount if we, after we get the tax revenue and stuff in there, that we can invest a lot more?
Oh, yeah, that we get a bulk of our, our revenues normally take last year, for example, our revenues were over $17 million in real estate revenue. And I don't need that right away. So I can invest that for a short period of time into February, March, and then once the pot's getting lower, that will renew, and then I will have that to use for the expenses for the end of the year. So yes, I will definitely look into doing that in July and August.
I think we ought to take any money we
Yep.
get from those CDs now to help.
Thanks.
I mean, I'm personally doing it, I'm sure others are too,
Yep,
to
exactly.
make it, why not give the school district some of that money that, we have a tough time getting. So I appreciate anything you can do to increase that.
All right, now budget.
I'm going to turn this off and turn it over to Mr. Hawes to steer. Okay, and I'm going to put mine here from my speaker notes. Okay, so this will be, I believe, our third iteration of the budget update at a Finance Committee meeting. So Mr. Hawes, if you can go to the next slide, please.
This is basically, you've been seeing this for the last 3 presentations. It's our Act 1 index. Northern Lehigh is a 7.1 is our adjusted Act index. Kind of shows where the Act 1 index is projected to go over the next 4 years, and basically where PCERS is looking at going in the next 4 years. PCERS is going one way, it's increasing, and it's looking like the projection for Act 1 is going to go the other way, it's going to decrease. Next slide.
Okay, and this slide has not changed since the last time we had looked at it. Please keep in mind the current numbers for this year and the numbers for next year do not take into consideration all of the non-Northern Lehigh IU students we serve in our buildings, nor the Northern Lehigh students that are served in other districts or placements. Currently, we have 30 students in total that are true Northern Lehigh students who are outplaced. As of last count, we have 86 kindergarten students in the registration process with 80 fully complete, and we have 25 on the wait list, meaning that they now need to schedule individual appointments to come in. And our KinderQuest program, which we're hoping to run for the first time, I just love that
I
name.
like
I
that
love
name.
Our KinderQuest program that we're looking to run for the first time this summer for our incoming Peters kindergarten students. We had 85 parents who, during kindergarten registration, said they are very interested in having their son or daughter attend that kind of mini peek at what to expect in kindergarten. Next slide, please. This has not changed since the last time. I'm not going to walk you through this again. Next slide, please. Our employee profile, you'll see here that there is one change under support staff. We're looking to increase that by 1. And the reason for that is we were hoping, so right now we have a contracted through PTS, an outside agency, LPN, supporting our school nurses and our district employed LPNs. We're hoping to be able to end that contract at the end of the year. That contract costs $75,000. Unfortunately, the number of children that we would consider medically fragile did not decrease as we were hoping. And our incoming kindergarten students and this children that we are aware of through early intervention, as we're continuing to do our early intervention evaluations, we are realizing that that number is not decreasing. And in fact, it may be going up by 1 or 2. What we're proposing is to end that contract, which was being funded through ESSER money, to end it, but to directly employ another LPN for $41,000 a year for 4 days a week. So between our 2 certified school nurses and then what would be 4, at that point, 4 district employed LPNs, each LPN working 4 days a week, we're confident that we can cover the 4 buildings, the needs of the students, and things like field trips, or when we have the dentist come in, or the doctors that come in to kind of do more like the clinical type services for our students. That always requires an extra set of hands as well, that we can rotate them through the buildings and still be able to cover everyone. That would be at a cost of $41,000, and you'll see shortly how we propose to fund that. The other numbers have not changed.
Question, if you're hiring another person, shouldn't that go up 1 instead of down 1?
It did go up 1. No, it did go up 1.
Yeah.
23, 24 is
Did I say-
119.
No, it was originally 117 because we had ESSER positions in last year that got
Okay,
cut.
all right.
So
Okay, 'cause I
it's
was
now
gonna
at
say,
118.
You have 119, you
Yeah.
added 1,
No.
it should go to 120.
I was gonna say that the 262 didn't come out to me yet, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You know what? I did not adjust
You
the
did not
total.
adjust the 2 cent
That
total
is
now
my
that you
fault.
just
Good
said that.
catch.
That's okay.
So
Yeah.
the total should be 263.
63. Yep.
Yeah, I apologize for that. But the support staff would go up by 1.
Correct.
Yes, thank you. Next slide, please. So again, this slide has not changed. We're still looking at the 474,200. And again, as you recall, we'll see how we're proposing to pay for that as we go through the budget. Next slide, please. This is a new slide. I shared out recently in the most recent board update that we were one of 3 districts in the Lehigh County to be awarded a PCCD competitive grant, or I should say one of 3 districts in Lehigh County, one of 6 districts in Lehigh Valley, in the amount of $442,800. This grant money is dedicated for 3 SPO salaries for 2 years, as well as other safety and security improvements and supports for mental health. Administration is recommending a portion of the money in the proposed 24-25 operating budget for the SPO salaries, $150,000 specifically, be redirected to paying for the cost of the additional LPN, which would be $41,000. So we're able to free up the money that we had in the proposed operating budget for school police officers, $150,000, and we are now recommending that we use $41,000 of that money to cover the cost of the LPN. We would be able to do that for 2 years, and then I would recommend that administration has to come back to the board in 2 years and make an updated recommendation about do we need to continue to carry that 4th LPN. Administration is also recommending a portion of the money in the proposed 24-25 operating budget for the SPO salaries be redirected to paying for installing the bus patrol cameras on our full-size buses, the 3/4 size bus, and mini buses at a one-time cost of not to exceed $22,000 for 5 years. So $22,000 once, that would cover us for the entire contract with bus patrol for 5 years. So that is all new additional information and additional recommendations in there.
Is it possible to get a list of positions we're funding through grants?
Yes,
Yes.
we can do that.
I'm just curious how many there are now. Just making sure, because at some point in time, we
Yep.
want to look at what does that mean? Sooner or later, the grant will run out, right? I'm just curious what that number is,
Yeah.
just for my
I mean,
own
some
mind
of them we
purpose.
have every year. Some of them, like federal
Yeah.
programs, we have every year. Like the Ready to Learn block grant, which
Correct.
runs kindergarten, we have every year.
But what if they go away?
They haven't for quite some time, but things like the PCCD one,
Yep.
Is
hit or miss.
right.
Yeah.
That
I'm
would
just
be the
curious, I
one
want
I
to
would.
make sure that we have enough in there that if something does go away,
Yeah.
it makes
I would
sense.
say the PCCD one would be one of the ones that I would be most concerned about.
The
I
competitive
wouldn't
ones.
be concerned with Title I. I think Title I's gonna be there.
It would
And we fund 3 teachers with that.
Yep.
I
I was just curious what that number is.
Yeah, IDA for same thing, teachers that we get the pass through from the IU. I don't think that IDA funding's going away. So I would say the
Title IV will
PCCID.
stay. Title II may go down a little bit because they've been trying to kind of phase
Right,
that out.
phase
But
that
they
out.
put it into Title I when they pull it down, so.
Right, and that only pays for a portion of a teacher.
Yeah.
So if they move it someplace else, we'll just move that teacher over to there and pay it out of that.
It'll just give us a better idea of who is where with
Yeah.
what, so that would
Sure.
be great.
We can try to have that for this Friday.
Yep,
No rush on that, I was just curious.
yep, sure.
But we were great grant writers, so we're allowed to get
Yeah.
Except we can't get a dishwasher. I saw Nikki's hands, come on, we gotta get it. My question is doing some quick math, so $442,000, $800, whatever.
Yep.
There's $38,800 left over, after I did all that by 2 years, where would that go?
Sure. So do you want to give the specifics of what we've dedicated the PCCD grant monies for?
Sure. Some of it is for our KinderQuest for the next 2 years, not
Okay.
this summer, but 2 more summers. Some of it is for, we're looking to continue to partner with Centennial for both Peters and extend that to Slatington.
Social worker.
Social worker is in there, so we're
So it's
extending
dedicated
that.
for something?
Yep.
No problem, because I was looking, we're looking at spending 21,000 on the Cook Center quote, I'm thinking, they're,
Could offset.
yeah, but, okay, it's already dedicated, that's fine, okay.
Next slide, please.
So this is where we ended our fund balance again as of June 30th of 2023, 2023, yeah, we're, at $16,500,000. I'm sorry, $16,050,000. That's currently where we stand right now, with what's in our fund balance. Next slide, Stephen.
Okay, the next 4 building slides, nothing has changed in those slides since the last time we looked at them. So I'll just linger here for a couple seconds. And then Mr. Hawes, if you can go to the Slatington slide, please. And then next to the middle school. And then next to the high school. And then, next slide, please.
So these are some of the cost drivers in our budget again this year. Transportation, as always, there's, a slight increase built up in that every year, plus the $22,000 that we have in there this year for that bus patrol program. We did increase the SPO budget as well as each district budget for building budgets, by $10,000 each, and it has been many, many years that these
Thank you.
groups have had money added to their budget, so we did add budget money to their budgets this year. Cook Center for Humanistic Change Connection is in there as well, and of course we always have the charter schools goes one way or another, depending upon if kids are moving in or moving out, and outplace students as well. So those are kind of our cost drivers. And again, increases in the budget are being recommended to be offset by fund balance for things like one-time purchases, like that ELA program that we talked about. That is not going to be fully funded by ESSER, and the feasibility study and those technology upgrades for Mr. Hill are all utilizing a fund balance.
Sherry, is the cap on cyber charter schools, is that a debt issue?
I'll speak to that in a
Yeah.
second.
I have one question about the building budget.
Yes.
So going back to a previous discussion, which I put in my notes to remember, we had a discussion about some items that Dr. Link was putting into the, I think they were testing, or what was the push going into the school budgets? That we had a little difference of opinion on.
I think that was the local assessments?
Yes,
that we used?
okay.
Yes.
So does that $10,000 offset the cost of that going to the, what I'm looking for is that the principals have a little bit more cash in their pocket to do things for kids in their building.
They will have more cash in their pockets to
That's-
do things for kids in the building.
Okay.
That's good to know, because I remember we were cutting staples one time.
Yeah.
Agreed, I understand.
I'm not being funny, I'm being very serious.
I was here, we lived through that, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's horrible, you wanna run an initiative, like I'm sure Dr. Valley's gonna like have things she's gonna need, and, you know, and David as well, so I don't know, I think our building principals need that luxury to do something nice for kids.
Yep.
I'm done.
Next slide, please. So to Mrs. France's question, so this slide has not changed, but again, today we had some time to meet and advocate for public education today with the House and Senate chairs for the Education Committee in Harrisburg. They all said that, we don't know until the budget's passed, but this $10,000 cap, originally it was $8,000, and now it's $10,000, is still firmly on the table as they go through the budgetary process, but none of them would say it's guaranteed, but it's still there. And much less certainty about implementing a tiered system for students with special needs in the cyber charter schools. And again, that cap is just for the cybers. It does not include the brick and mortar charter schools. Yeah, it would be, I think when we last looked at it, it would be about $230,000 to $250,000 if the $10,000 cap goes into place, savings for us based on our current enrollments. So significant for us, yes. Okay, next slide. This has not changed. And next slide. This has also not changed. Next slide.
All right, so our budget revenue streams, again, our tax revenue, the base we can raise it is 7.1%, which would give us $1.4 million in additional revenue. And I did increase the collection rate to 94.75% based on the past 3 years collection rate has been that high. Our federal revenues in the budget are currently budgeted at the 23-24 rate because we have not received our federal funding numbers for 24-25 yet, and so we budgeted them flat funded. We will increase these numbers again in June if we get that information prior to our final budget approval. Governor Shapiro's budget includes an increase for basic ed funding for us of $765,000. I did include in this budget $325,000 of that, and Dr. Link did say that his meetings today were promising, so let's hope they're promising.
I'll just
Go ahead.
qualify that by saying the folks from PDE said they were very encouraged that we could have another year like the previous year with revenue that we have not seen previously. The legislators would absolutely not go that far. They were, at least publicly to us, they were less certain.
Right.
I hope that they're as certain as the folks in PDE, but we won't know.
I feel safe though at the 325,000 because it's still 440,000 that we didn't budget. I don't think they're gonna come back and say you're only getting 75. They're not gonna put a number out there like that and not give you probably close to 50% of it. So, and then the other side of that is our special ed funding, and that was increased by $52,000 this coming year, and I did put $25,000 in the grant as well. We also have the the school mental health grant at $119,000 that is in the budget. The Ready to Learn block grant that has been flat funded for the last couple of years, that is also in the budget. And again, we added the new PCCD funding grant that Dr. Link just talked about. That is also now in the budget as well to offset our expenses for our SPOs. And I also added, so you're gonna see when we get to the slide, we have more expenses because I also added the expenses this year that are going to become for those purchases through the PCCD grant for the other items that we're looking at, cameras and a bunch of other stuff. So I put them all in the budget as well this year. Next slide, Stephen. So currently, this is where our budget again ended at 16.047. The other slide said 16.5 because it was a rounding. But $16,047,000 is where we ended the 2022-2023 school year, and that is what we have in our fund balance. Next slide, Stephen.
Okay, this slide has not changed except for we reduced the feasibility study from 40,000 to 20,000. You know, we now expect it to come in probably about 16 to 17,000 with, you know, the mileage and the printing the materials, and if we were to budget for the 5-year update. So we cut that amount in half. And then you'll see the question marks at the bottom. That is what Mr. Mann is currently working through with the PSFI grant. And then additional, the 25% we would recommend to take out of fund balance if we're successful, and we need to commit 25% of the total cost. Next slide. And this slide has not changed since the last time we visited it. And next slide. Part of the, kind of feasibility study was we asked them to, to consider a potential move of 6th grade to the middle school, to renovate the interior and exterior of the middle school, renovate interior and exterior with an addition, or new construction. We're hopeful that the completed feasibility study will make some recommendations based on enrollment and the state of our buildings currently. And again, we're not anticipating that any of that would happen, especially any sort of additions, renovations, or new construction for at least 3 years. Next slide, please.
So where do I think we're gonna end this year? I'm thinking we're probably gonna put maybe $600 and some odd thousand back in the fund balance. So we'll be ending our fund balance at about 16.67. Somewhere in that neighborhood is where I'm anticipating we're gonna fall. So the yellow section there is the current stuff, current items that are in this year's budget that we are recommending taking out of fund balance for one-time purchases. So again, that's that technology upgrades that we're doing, the feasibility study at $20,000. If you remember, we did talk about bonds, that I do have money that was put into fund balance to offset future bond costs. So I'm recommending $200,000 out of fund balance to cover our bonds, $45,000 for that ELA program. So that's $375,000. Currently, our only increase in PCERS this coming year is $45,000. And I have no increase to healthcare. The people that we have currently hired have been taking less than family coverage, and the people that have left had higher coverage. So actually, my healthcare is on the opposite side this year. So we will not need to use any fund balance at this current time to balance the budget.
So you're saying that yellow
is what we would be using to balance this year's budget. Yeah.
When you say this year's budget?
24-25.
Thank you, okay.
And not to balance, that's the one-time purchases things, we're still short. This is just to balance, or just for the one-time purchase items, or the stuff that we know that is in fund balance earmarked for our costs throughout the years. Next slide, Stephen. So where do we stand? So the end of expenditures for this school year, $39,756,355. And if our revenues, there is absolutely no tax increase in that local revenue. So that is if we would be flat funded and have the same revenue we did last year for taxes. Taking $420,000 for those one-time purchases, we're at $39,134,449. So our budget shortfall is $621,906.
Does that take into account the interest that you just added?
Yep, that interest and everything is all in there. Like you budget how much interest you think you're gonna get next year. I have $700,000 in interest for next school year.
And but the two 200,000 you just got?
The one $200,000 that I just got, that would be ending this school year, so that would have been the money that I would have added to fund balance. So this is just looking at next year's expenditures and next year's revenues that I think are coming in.
And how much did you budget for interest? You said
700,000.
What do we have for this year budgeted?
I had 500 and some thousand budgeted this year. 525, I think it was. So I increased it next year.
What does that come to in terms of a percentage share? At 621 short, excuse me, at 621 shortfall.
We're getting to that slide.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So next slide, Stephen.
Next slide, Stephen. Just the overall bar graph. Expenditures, 64.92% is salaries and benefits, and the rest of the budget then is your regular budget items. Next slide, Stephen. So here's our revenues, 21.43, $21,430,000 is what we get in our local, which 47.7% of our revenues is real estate, 10.72% is other local revenues, so that's like your EIT taxes, your delinquent real estate taxes, things like athletics department and their revenues that we see, rental facilities, all the local revenues that we get locally. State funding is 36% of our budget. State grants is 1.62, 2.53 is federal grants. So if you look at locally, 59.85% of our budget is all, and our revenues is all coming from local. And 40.15% is from federal and state funding. Next slide, Stephen. So the tentative big picture again, our expenditures, taking that $420,000 out of revenues, we're $621,906 short. If we utilize $420,000 for those one-time purchases, what we're recommending, we're basically going to be somewhere around $16.25 million at the end of the 24-25 school year in our fund balance. If you would decide to take all of that out of fund balance, we would be down to about $15.629 at the end of the 24-25 school year.
And just to confirm, out of the 16 million that's showing there.
Yep.
Did I read about 14 million is committed? I'm using the wrong word.
Yes.
But only 2 point something is
uncommitted.
or
Correct.
unassigned, which
Unassigned.
You know, when I look at that and I think on a monthly basis, if the state doesn't pass a budget again, how long are we going to be able to hold without uncommitted or unassigned fund balance and all of that? Like, isn't the normal unassigned supposed to be like that total number, like 10% of your budget or something?
No, it can't be over
something.
8%.
8%.
Can't be over 8%. They like to see it somewhere around 4 to 6. I try and keep it around 4 to 6.
I was going to say we're pretty low because
yes, it's 4 to 6.
8% would be more than that. Okay, thank you. That's what I'm trying just to think that through, that if we have unassigned, it sounds like there's a lot in that fund balance, but we have a lot of working things in there that concern me that we can't use them for.
Meaning what?
Like you can't use them for something other than what's.
You
You
can
are-
with committed, you can't for assigned.
Okay.
So
thank you
the
for
assigned, which is
clarifying.
the healthcare and the
Piecers.
piecers, that we cannot.
You can't
That is
touch.
that is committed, yes, that is assigned fund balance.
Thank you.
And you cannot use that for anything other than those. But the board can rearrange that every year and say, this is now what we want for committed and this is what we want for assigned.
Okay,
So
thank
they have
you.
the ability to do that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Next slide, Stephen. So this is really good news this week. Our homestead farmstead relief ended up $238,000 more in additional revenue we are going to be receiving for homestead farmstead this year. For those taxpayers who applied for that, they're going to see $73 in additional revenue. Basically, it's going to come off their tax bill. So when it was $354 last year, it's going to be $427 and change this year. So that's huge. That has not happened in years. It's been pennies or dollars difference. I also went and said, how many Lehigh County real estate properties do we have? How many Northampton County real estate properties do we have? And then how many homestead properties? Lehigh County is 2,915, Northampton County is 546. So 71.4% of Lehigh County people that have real estate have applied for homestead farmstead. Now understand that if I am renting my property to somebody else, I do not qualify for homestead farmstead. So I'm not 100% sure how close these numbers are because I have no idea if you're renting your property to somebody else. So I just wanted the board to see where we stand with the number of people with real estate properties who actually do have homestead farmstead exemption.
When you fill out that form, you're supposed to say, yes, this is my residence, this is where I live.
Correct.
Yeah.
And if you're renting an apartment, as
It's
you
only
know,
supposed to be
you
your
don't get it.
primary
Correct,
residence.
you
know,
do
you're
not
supposed
get
to tell
anything.
them that, yeah.
Correct, exactly, exactly. Next slide, Stephen. So here's what Matt was looking for. So if we do the fund balance utilization of 420 and the additional shortage of 621, overall, we could use $1.4 million out of fund balance. If you wanted to say, I want to come up with all this money and I don't want to use that fund balance at all, you'd be looking at a 5.12% increase. And then I've labeled it all the way down to 1%. So this is how much tax revenue dollars we would receive based on the percentage that you would decide you would want to increase taxes by. Any questions? There's more, but I just didn't know if anybody had any questions on this screen.
No, go ahead.
Okay, next screen. So what's it do to our taxpayer? So if we are looking at, I'm just gonna go as low as the 2%. So let's do Lehigh County at 2%. Their increase in their tax bill over last year would be $76.57. They would be getting $73 more in homestead farmstead relief. So that person is gonna
76
see.
Without the additional.
Okay,
they
so that
pay-
doesn't-
Correct,
They
this
pay
does
$3.
not include that new homestead farmstead.
They pay $3
They'd pay $3, correct.
and change.
And change, correct. Northampton County is a different ball of wax, and that is because, again, STEBS. You know how STEBS works and the equalization between. We are now working on STEBS for the 2022 school year, and when we did that, Northampton County went from their pot of money being 15.1% of the total pot of money we get from them to now 16 point some odd percent. So their STEBS market values changed so much that they increased by over 1%, which fluctuates all these numbers.
Still don't understand the difference.
So I live in Lehigh County right now.
Yeah, me too. How much of our population's in Wallingford?
We have 856 properties, real estate properties, that's it. And there's 4,000 some in, 4,091 I think there is in Lehigh County. That's just residential properties. We have more than that based on, you know, commercials and agricultural and that kind of
14
properties.
smoke shops.
Yeah. You got it, Matt.
So you have those dollars there, and you had mentioned that with a cap on charter school savings, we might get 250,000 from that. And then for the governor's budget, you said you budgeted half of the.
I budgeted half of that,
and-
correct.
Okay.
Correct. So there could be definitely more revenues coming in. Unsure until you find out from the state passes the budget. State will not pass their budget before we have to pass our budget, because it never happens.
That's what happened. That's what happened this past year.
Yeah.
And then we ended up getting more money than we thought.
Exactly. Yep. Yep. To hedge your bets. Next slide, Stephen.
So administratively, we're recommending that we do use some of our fund balance for one-time purchases and PSERS increases. The slide has changed. Last time it said "and healthcare," but we now realize that we're not going to need it for healthcare. Consider a tax increase in conjunction with utilization of fund balance to close the gap in addition to generating some revenue for upcoming years of possible construction or renovation projects. Please keep in mind that one of the components that the Moody's rating looks at have you been willing to raise your taxes? That is one of the indicators for our Moody's rating. Next is to continue to look for grant revenue opportunities to fund positions such as a school police officer and social worker. We continue to have success with that, but we realize, to Mrs. Husak's point, that you have to apply every year, and those are competitive grants. And then also to continue to search for expenditure savings as we go through the process each year. And next slide, Mr. Hawes, please. And at this point, we'll open it up for questions or comments from school board members.
Do you have a slide of what our current debt looks like as far as what is each year?
Sure. I don't have it there, but I have it on my computer. What would you be looking for, Donna?
So each year until we get down to the zero, you know the slide I'm talking about?
Zero debt?
Yeah, zero debt, yeah. What the year is.
Yep, hold on a second, let me pull it up.
2075.
No, it's not that far. No, I would never have done that. Never. I didn't like that we went past 2030.
That actually helps us at times.
All right, so our final debt payment will be in 36, 37. So 11 years. 11, 12 years.
What's the payment?
And the payments every year are right around 2 million. They go as high as 2.2, and then they go back down to just around 2 million. So there is 2 years in 28, 29, and 29 and 30 that it goes to 2.2, but all of the other years prior to that and after that are all like 2,015,000. They're less than 2.2, just over 2 million.
I want to make one statement, and I talked to Matt about this the other day, and I know we've, in the last couple of years, said we'll do 3%, and then people have come up to me afterward and say, boy, I wish we would have done this, or I wish we would have added this, or not, you know, for example, fire the athletic director, you know, and put his money into a new football field or something, you know, something along those lines, you know, and, or more realistically, what Mr. Kern was saying earlier about, he wanted to see that 10,000. If Bob would say, you know what, I'd like to see that 15,000. You could make a motion, say, let's make that 15,000. We get a second, we have discussion, the board votes on it, and if that happens, we go through. Or, you know, if there's something in the budget that you really, really are concerned about either adding or taking out, we could take a look at that as a group. And I just want to throw that out in case there's something in your head. And you want to think about that, so, and that's all I have to say about the budget.
We got a dishwasher.
What a dishwasher.
Never gonna live the dishwasher.
Yeah. We can show that in as a calculation for Monday.
I'm just kidding.
No, I'm serious, we
No,
can.
I mean, if we're talking about it, you know, and if it's something that we need, you know, we're getting money from interest and stuff, why can't we give her what she needs to, you know, get the job done, basically, is what it is. I mean, we're talking all kinds of different expenses, so why can't we do a $90,000 dishwasher?
And maybe do it before we really have to do it, it's gonna cost more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, you know, we're nickeling and diming a bunch of expenses, and then we're not taking care of something that we really need. That's a concern of mine. And I
That's
know.
exactly why I want to open it up, so we can have those kinds of discussions, if people want to add those things. So, yes.
And I think the fact that we're getting money from interest is gonna help us to kind of fund some of those things that, you know, we haven't been able to do. I just think we take advantage of whatever free money we can get right now, because as we know, you know, times are tight. So if you can invest anything you can at a guarantee, that's the thing, it is guaranteed, correct?
Yep.
We don't have a limit of how much we can put in something to get the money.
No, I have it invested in places where we're federally insured.
Okay, that was my question, and I'm like, I say go for the max that we can get, Sherry, with the amount of money you have. It's free dollars to the school district.
Right.
So I really strongly encourage that.
I think you should get some Bitcoin.
Do ya?
We said guaranteed.
Well, that would be guaranteed. I mean, NEFS is 5%.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we're not
said
talking.
Bitcoin.
He said Bitcoin.
So, Matt,
Go away.
on Monday, are we gonna have a budget discussion as part of the board and
Yes,
approve in June? Is that what we're looking at?
yes. Preliminary will be voted on this Monday night.
Yes, we have to vote on
And
preliminary.
essentially, just so we remember, that's a maximum.
No, I understand.
If we say 4%, we can't go over 4%,
Right.
okay? But we can drop down below that if we so desire, so.
Correct.
Any advantage of us getting a budget done Monday? Totally approved?
You can't
we have
totally
to-
approve it, it has to sit in
Okay,
You have to
public.
so we,
approve it.
okay, gotcha.
And
All
then
right.
wait 30 days and then.
No, I'm just asking, yeah,
Yeah.
process, that's all. Okay.
Which brings a good question.
Do we need to reschedule June's board meeting to meet the 30 days?
Do we? That's what I was just looking at, thank you.
Well, I hope not.
13, right?
It's the 13th and the 10th, so that's not 60 days, is it? No.
My bedtime is 10 o'clock. See, that's what my phone
I
says.
thought it was 20 days.
Is it 20?
Yeah, I thought it was
I think it's
We're gonna
20.
kick in a half hour. We snooze in the morning.
Yeah, I'm
Is it
pretty sure
20?
I'm pretty sure it's 20.
I don't know why I always thought it was 20, because we bumped
To the
into that
close.
before. And we'd only be at 27.
5 minutes,
Yeah.
just over on Diamond Street.
Check that out, yeah.
Yep, I will. I will check that out.
I work 10 minutes.
What I'm looking at right now.
I'm just shooting from memory, and I could well be wrong.
I work zero.
Oh, okay, okay. I just didn't know how long it had to
I'll
be
try
out.
to retire.
But
I need 5 more
I
years.
thought it had to be out for
I'll tell you
public.
this one, the kid walks to school every year.
yeah, that I know it does, but I was thinking it was 20
This
days,
year
but let me
he's a
just look.
junior, and he makes me bring him all the week.
But, yeah.
He comes to work with me every day.
Are we finished with the budget? All done with that? Any other questions on that? No? I'm sorry, Don, I didn't
No,
want to
my,
step on
no,
you.
my only,
It seemed like we weren't going anywhere.
yeah, sure, my only thing is if, is there any way you can kind of
It's 20
project
days.
what's the
20.
interest?
Generally, a proposed version must
gains
be
would
prepared
be?
at
She
least
did.
20 days before
$700,000.
adoption.
20, okay.
On the revenue that we get in.
It's already in
It's
the
already
budget.
in the budget.
Yeah,
Actually,
For
it's
the
already
tax-
accounted for.
What?
Yes,
We have to post the budget.
she already added it.
Added it in. So what you're
Not-
saying
not
is
for
already in there.
On the $1 million, is that in there? I didn't think she put that in.
19
Yep.
active budget.
It's in.
It does say 20.
It's on the revenue side.
What?
Does anybody have anything else to say about the budget? So Matt, I think you're right, you know, we have a discussion Monday night, see what people think, talk about, you know. And if anybody thinks there's anything that needs to be added or subtracted. And like I said, if there's anything that we need, I think it's something, or not, I shouldn't say the word need, something that would help the education or help the buildings, you know, we should know about that. So, to try and take care of something that we could. That's all. Anybody have anything else? That's the rest of the agenda. Put my pen here. Then I guess we'll switch over to co-curricular.
What time is Domino's?
The UCC.
I
Mr.
guess that's
Kern?
me.
Yep.
All right, we're gonna talk softball, baseball complex, yay. And who's gonna take the lead on that, Mr. Mann or Mr. Geis?
Mr. Mann, Mr. Geis weigh in.
So we got all our permits from the borough. They sent in the last, we're looking on the final plans from LCCD. We had the title search come back, and that's the only thing we're waiting on from them, to do the review of the title search to make sure that there's no easements or right-of-ways in any of our properties. He's anticipating the final, hopefully sometime this month. So we're hoping by the end of the month that we'll have everything completed.
When do we start digging then?
That's gonna be my question too.
Hopefully this summer.
Okay.
We'll have an
After-
initial construction kickoff meeting.
Yep.
I know that our softball team is making it in the postseason, so, you know, even if they were, let's hope they do, you know, they play past home fields. We could still probably break ground in, you know, maybe as early as July, probably.
Have they qualified now for?
Qualified for districts.
Yeah,
they have.
Leagues, we're not sure at this point.
I thought they were all still on the bubble.
Baseball, believe it or not, has a shot to make the district playoffs.
Wow, that's great.
They're still in the hunt, so, yeah, those are both possibilities.
I will share that I've spoken to some parents recently whose children are on baseball in particular, and the underclassmen are very excited about this project to be able to play in a complex like we have proposed. So and they deserve it. So.
Okay, any questions about softball, baseball? All right, the initial club activity applications. Film club.
And I will, if you can just give me 1 second here, I'm trying to pull up the presentation, and I'm sorry, just bear with me 1 second here. Okay, and Mr. Stroll is actually going to present on this tonight in proxy for Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Dr. Link.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Kern, everybody here. So we're really proud of how many students are becoming involved at the high school level and middle school level within our clubs and our other extracurricular activities like sports and theater and things like that. This is just another club that is being proposed by Mr. Sander. It's called the Film Club, and the purpose is to provide students who love movies with a safe place to watch outstanding films, to study the historical and cultural significance and meaning of acclaimed films, to engender and appreciate of filmmaking and high school students, and to introduce students to films that they might not otherwise see, and to awaken a love of movies in them. Who can join? Well, students who love movies. Students who are interested in students who are interested in seeing movies. I guess the entirety or just parts of it. Students who would like to explore the meaning of and importance of films. Students wise enough to acknowledge that films made in different time periods will reflect the values of their age and not necessarily our own. Students mature enough to watch films in a respectable and polite manner. How can I be considered a member to join the film club? Well, you can attend their monthly meetings, which are separate from their monthly viewings as well. Eat popcorn. Do not enjoy or frustrate your fellow members or Mr. Sander during the film. Note, if there is a film that you do not want to see for any particular reason, you'll not be penalized for skipping. There is no regular attendance requirement or any specific number of meetings you must attend. Next slide, please. How are the movies chosen? Well, at the beginning of each month, we'll have a club meeting. Mr. Sander will provide 5 possible films for viewing, and we'll give a brief synopsis of each. They will discuss the historical and cultural significance of the films. Members in attendance will then vote for which movie to watch that month. We will then watch the film together after school one day in the following 2 weeks as scheduled allow. And note that members can request movies to be considered by Mr. Sander and the officers. And here are some possible films that Mr. Sander and the crew at the film club will be possibly watching. And I think that The Labyrinth is their first one, actually. Yeah, we've got the Goonies up there, classic. And as you can see, this is their first film will be the Labyrinth. Another classic. So if this were to be, accepted into a new club, this would actually this would be like our 40th after-school extracurricular opportunity for our students, both in the high school and the middle school. Some of the clubs are combined. The art club, theater is starting to be more combined. Crochet club. So when I say 40, I'm talking about all of athletics, cheerleading, clubs like this, the crochet club, theater, band, just all those extracurricular opportunities. So we're really excited that our students have those opportunities, and it's been showing in our behavior data. A lot of our behavior referrals have been going down, and our students are, I think, feeling that school spirit. They're more involved. So we're excited.
That's thrilling. That's cool.
Yeah.
And I think that's a result of the leadership they're seeing from you and Dr. Valley and bringing the kids around, and I thank you for that. I think that's a nice job that you guys are doing. I'm seeing more and more of that, and we have full teams playing again instead of, and all that stuff's coming back, and that's great. So.
We have some really great coaches and great advisors, so it's really a team effort. Thank you.
Question, will there be a cap, like 40 students, 50 students, 80 students, will there be a limited?
Right now, Mr. Sander has about 10 students who are interested. It was at about 20. It's sort of, since March, it's sort of diminished. But hopefully he's looking to gain more interest after the summer and into the next school year. He also is an advisor for the Nature Preservers Club that will help do some things around our campus and our community as well. But as far as a cap, I don't think so. Wouldn't it be great to have the club meet in the auditorium?
Yeah, well, that's what I said. Before, you never know.
Yeah.
This might get out and say, hey, there's a
I
movie,
know.
let's do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be a great problem to have, right?
That's a great
You
problem,
know?
right?
Yes.
But then we probably would move it to the auditorium
Yes,
then?
exactly.
Sure.
All right.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's great having all the clubs. How do you have a calendar or schedule that these clubs are meeting on certain days? Because there's a lot that are potentially meeting. 40 clubs. You only have 5 days a week.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
So 2 years ago, I created a Google Calendar for our clubs specifically, and every advisor that has access to that Google Calendar, and they all type in when their events are. So yes, there's a schedule.
Fantastic.
So does the committee support this club going to the Monday night agenda for consideration?
Butter popcorn only.
Junior mints. Okay.
So we're not getting popcorn?
So we have popcorn for these meetings.
I know, I was thinking that. Just saying that.
Pretty soon, we're gonna have a film, 12 Angry Men. Let's go.
That's my favorite movie.
high school.
Yep.
I still remember it. And we actually redid it as well. All right, any more activities, Mr. Geist, I think, or?
No, I don't know.
So actually, this is a culmination of building input from the 4 building levels and
Okay.
district level. I am not going to read through these. These are on the agenda. The agenda is posted publicly, and all the notes will be updated once the minutes are approved. You know, some big ones are the Bulldog Games again, for I think now the third annual year is May 22nd in the stadium. That's for our students with disabilities and then their peer helpers. You know, everything from the kindergarten concert. Last Friday was the secondary spring concert. This upcoming Friday is the elementary band concert. Just a lot of great things for the community, parents, students to come out and participate in now through into actually early summer.
Will this be on the calendar?
These are on building level calendars, and some of them appear on district level calendar. And then, of course, the big one, the culminating event for the school year is commencement graduation, 7 p.m., May 31st in Bulldog Stadium.
Can I just add one more? LCTI graduation is on Wednesday, May 29th, 5:30 at the PPL Center.
Yep. That's all we have this evening for the ECC agenda.
Any other questions? And we are adjourned.
Thank you, everyone, for the great conversations tonight. I appreciate it.
Are you local tonight?